All right. Welcome, everybody. Good morning to our first ever Tech Tuesdays with Owwll App, powered by South Florida Tech Hub. We are happy to be here for the first time doing this. I think we have over 30 guests today coming. So in and out from 10 a.m. all the way to 5 p.m. and then followed with our happy hour at Tap 42 this afternoon. So hopefully you guys will attend that as well. We can go around if you want. Start with Michael on my right here and everybody introduce yourself. And then we're going to be opening up for calls shortly. So
Michael Fowler, former board chair for Tech Hub South Florida, and former and now retired business unit CIO from Florida Power and Light, and now running my own advisory service called Pivot Point Strategies.
Amazing.
That's a lot. That's a mouthful.
Yes. And like I told you before, once you retire, now you're going to be busier. That's what my mom says. She's busier than she ever was before.
Jobs.
Yeah. And I'm Nikki Caboose, CEO of South Florida Tech Hub, mother of two, teenage and pre-teenager. So if anybody wants to ask me questions about that too, I'm open for parenting questions. I'm sure Jeffrey's open for that too. But yeah, we're excited to have you guys this morning. Jeffrey?
So I am Jeffrey Ullman, Director of Member and Partner Engagement. Been with Tech Hub about a year and a half, actually almost 2 years now, but have lived and worked in South Florida for 30 plus years in the IT space. Thank you for joining us and happy to be here.
Hey guys, I'm just filling in for now, but I will be joining later, so you can ask me questions later. I'm here with South Florida Tech Hub. I'm wearing the shirts. I'm excited to join you guys. I am leading the community and events at Tech Hub, so excited to answer some of the questions there or just discuss with you guys. And would love to talk some about cultures, countries, traveling. That's my passion. Yeah, excited to be here.
I should have been on your show.
Nice.
I know.
Please, yes.
I was just as you were doing your intro, I was just thinking I would love for her to say something about the international flair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I'm born and raised South Floridian and haven't been in very many places. No. I went in my senior year of high school, went to Germany, Austria, Italy.
Oh, the best.
It was fun. It's the one thing of going to a good private school is we get to go international instead of most schools take you to like Disney World when you graduate, but we got to go international. And then I don't think I've ever.
Canada, Mexico?
No, never been outside other than that.
Colombia?
Nope.
Islands?
Yep. Okay. Bahamas did that.
The Bahamas are beautiful. They're right there. Our neighbors.
Yeah. It's actually a fun fact. It's faster to go to Bahamas than to Miami from West Palm Beach.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yep. It's like is it like a 45-minute flight?
Yes, it's a 45
Maybe
minute flight.
Yeah.
Close neighbors.
Yeah.
So 2 years, Jeffrey.
Almost.
Amazing.
Seems longer though, doesn't it?
What are we in? June? Yeah. Next month is my 5-year.
Oh, really?
Yep.
5 years.
There, 5 years.
It's like a 5-year baby.
I know. I was just thinking I could have had a toddler.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, we used to do a version of Tech Tuesday, but it was
in person.
In person. I remember some of those.
Yeah, we did. It was the Tech Talks that we did Monday night.
Yeah, that was what it was.
It was every Monday. That's right.
Yep. Yeah, I think some of the first ones were on data and analytics. I remember doing it at Office Depot.
Yeah. Oh.
And I'm not even sure 5 years ago whether we were even saying the words AI.
Right.
I don't remember talking about it half as much as now.
Right.
It's crazy.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
By the way, just as required by law, none of us are bots.
Yeah.
We are live human beings.
Yeah, I'm not a bot.
Just it's a new Florida law most people aren't aware of.
Wait, really? There is
Eventually,
although I'm not quite sure about Nadia.
What do you mean? I'm not a bot. No.
Okay. All right. The question is, if we were bots, would we admit we're bots? That's a good point. That's a whole nother conversation.
I feel like if you tell the bot to be honest, then they
could be. I'm trying to think, what, a year, 2 years from now, we're asked you, are you a robot? Are we still gonna have to answer that?
I'm actually
I met a data scientist and she was trying to create a robot that would respond like she would respond,
right?
So that she could basically double her presence in her business.
That's kind of scary.
Which I thought was kind of
That's
scary.
Amazing, but scary.
Right.
I mean, being in two places at once.
Right.
I'm down.
How many times have I said that where I'm like trying to go, we got this event, but then this member's got this going on. I wish I could duplicate myself.
Oh my gosh. So during COVID, we had classes remotely, and sometimes I have to be in 2 classes at once, and it's remote. So I basically was virtual in one. I turned my camera off, and then I was logging into the other class virtually as well. So that was fun. That was a good time.
So I'm actually only half joking. I think we'll get to a point where we will be required to identify, are you a full human
Sure we
being?
will.
Are you a bot? Hybrid, I guess, at some point.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm sure we will. I've noticed that even a lot of people's like the virtual calls where you join and it has the AI that's taking your notes and all of that, that people will start saying, hey, just so you know, I've got my notes on, just letting you know if somebody
Right.
doesn't want that to be here, I can
Right.
shut it off. But because it's almost like now you have a lot of people just automatic and you don't know what's
No, that's not right.
recorded or
That's not right. You
So
should have a
it's
choice.
changing.
100%.
Totally random.
Hello.
Your point. Totally random. Your point on being in 2 places at once. I don't know if y'all, this is totally random. Michael Keaton has a movie called Multiplicity where he has 4 or 5 clones.
Ah.
It's an old movie, but it's really funny and it's very prescient, if that's
Yeah.
a word. I think if I said it correctly. If you ever want to see some perceived issues with having your clones, spoiler, 2 of the clones don't get along.
Oh boy.
They fight each
Yeah.
other. And he goes, wait a minute, you're me. And he goes, no, I'm you.
Yeah.
So it's really funny. Very clever. Very
That's
clever.
another fun fact. This one, what is it? Like your 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s genre?
All
He
of the-
knows everything.
all
of the
Oh
above.
my gosh.
Movies,
All the
music.
pop
Oh,
Was this
culture.
Tech Hub? I
Pop
thought this was
culture.
movie trivia night.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jeffrey, you definitely need to create a dictionary with all the different references and all the different quotes from movies.
Okay, I like it.
That would be
Jeffrey
epic.
is pop culture trivia, and Ashton is your history. She loves
She's a
history,
history buff.
geography. Yeah,
Geography, that's for
Yep.
sure.
Yeah.
she's another
Geography
world
B.
traveler there. Yeah.
So what's the best binge watching show at the moment?
Well, I have read so we're watching Monk from the early 2000s with the
The
detective.
original
The
one?
original one.
Okay.
Yes, the detective that is germaphobe and has so many different phobias and he's awkward, but he solves these mysterious cases and it's super funny but also serious. So I really like it.
I've seen clips of it. I haven't watched that one yet.
Super good.
But he
Yeah.
solves cases.
Yeah, murder cases.
Oh, very good.
Yes.
Very good.
I'm more into the murder movies and documentaries.
but-
I like watching
but-
how stuff works. In
But
people's
Monk
heads.
is also very funny.
He's so
Yeah.
Very funny.
Yeah.
It's because of his personality, because
Right.
he's so awkward and he's afraid
Right.
of milk. He's afraid of wind. He touches everything. Like his personality is cute.
Like
Yeah.
Sheldon.
Yes,
Yeah.
kind of.
I have been accused of being Sheldon.
Really?
You mean
Young
Sheldon Cooper?
Yes,
Sheldon
I love
Cooper.
young
Oh
Sheldon.
my god, I
Young
love Young
Sheldon.
Sheldon.
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
love The Big Bang Theory, but then when Young
Mm.
Sheldon came out, now I actually don't know which one I like better. I really like Young Sheldon.
I always think it's funny when they laugh at Sheldon because I'm like, well, isn't that how everyone reacts?
Yeah.
Aw. So what's your show?
So we leave tomorrow for a trip, and so I've heard of this, and I haven't watched it yet. Hacks. It's in
No.
season 3, and so
I'm
my
gonna write it
partner David
down.
said
Like
download.
HACKS?
Yeah. So it sounds techie, but I don't think it is. So hacks.
Okay, it's
well,
misleading.
Yeah, it is misleading.
What is
So-
it about?
I don't even know.
Okay, you just know
It
the
just
name.
said download it, and so I'm downloading
Oh.
a bunch of stuff for the plane.
It
ride.
Oh,
doesn't
good,
sound like
good,
it's
yes.
not a hackathon or something.
We want to see the show Outsiders on Broadway, and so there was a movie I think from the 70s. You should know the Outsiders, so I downloaded that as well. Hopefully to make more sense of the Broadway show if I've seen the movie.
Who was in that one? Do you know?
I think Matt Dillon was in that. one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a
Like Greasers.
it's a
I don't remember the name of it, but I can't
Yeah.
remember.
teen gang coming
Yeah.
of age movie kind of thing. A lot of famous people are in that movie, actually.
Yeah.
Outsiders. A young Matt Dillon.
Yes,
Yeah.
very
Yeah,
young
when
Matt
they were
Dillon.
Very young Matt Dillon.
Yeah, I was surprised
Oh,
how long
Jason.
ago it was filmed.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, good morning.
I was just making sure that all our streams were going well, and they are. We are now on Instagram at Owwll App. We are on like 6 different LinkedIn accounts. Jason R. Hill, Nikki's, of course, Jeffrey's, Nadia's. So if you are out there tuning in, you catch it on any of these stations, of course, as well as YouTube. And why don't we get into things? Let's let's talk about how this whole show is going to operate for the next 8 hours straight. And then, of course, we're going to launch a happy hour at 5:30 at Tap 42. So if you're out there listening, I'm going to give a quick demo how to call into the show and pick anyone's brain today, and really get some value at the podcast that we're operating. And then also for Tech Tuesdays in the future, right? This is the first time we've ever done this on the Owwll app, where we are partnering with another organization. And pretty much we're going to put that organization at the top of the app every single Tuesday for Tech Tuesdays from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. And everyone in the tech community could go in there and just chat with each other for a low price. Most people are going to price themselves $1 to $10 and pretty much just build opportunities from these connections. And then when we have networking events, we all get frustrated. We go to events and what happens, Nikki? We get a million numbers and what happens after that?
You get a bunch of business cards and then you never see that person or talk to that
You
person.
don't. And then you're like,
Or
it's
like,
too
you
hard.
the
You're like,
business card.
you send like 10 emails out, right, Jeff? And then all of a sudden, like one person responds. You're like, what happened? Like I had a great conversation with that individual. I thought we were going to collaborate and partner with South Florida Tech Hub, and then you never see them again, right? But Owwll really eliminates that friction. It enables people to not share their cell phone number and have a secure in-app phone call and pretty much do it on their time, right? You were driving the first day. I remember you downloaded Owwll and you didn't realize you had your office hours on. You weren't available. And tell the audience what happened.
Well, out of the blue, I'm driving. I look at my phone. It's like, who the heck is calling me?
Yeah.
Al? It's like, oh my God, I turned it on. They're doing the absolute right thing.
Didn't even realize.
So I didn't realize. I took the call.
Yeah.
And I apologized. I said, look, I'm in my phone. This is my first Owwll call. He said, don't worry about it. So it was interesting. So one quick thing on the Owwll app that I learned as a new user.
Yeah.
You kind of have to, if you don't mind me jumping in.
Go for
This
it.
is
I'm going to set up the TV and start really getting people on there and showing them exactly your profile and others, of course.
Right. So this is something I learned kind of intuitively, but not so intuitively. You kind of have to decide, are you an ad hoc person? Do you like to get calls anytime you want? Or are you more of an office hours person? Do you want to have calls on a separate schedule? Or you can have both with the Owwll app. So for me, I'm not really an ad hoc person. I like to know and have a set schedule. So I turn that feature off and I have an hour every day open for office hours. So I know every day now, 5 to 6, I can get calls. So you can have both. Very easy to set up, but you might want to think about whether you want to get calls ad hoc. The other point, Jason. So Jason and I
said 10 o'clock. You said 10 o'clock.
No, I'm sorry. My office hours are 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock to
Hour
6.
after, like that.
So anybody can't get through today? I'm open in my
There you
office
go.
hours.
I was just going to say maybe that's the hour I'll use to connect.
That's
That's
the
good.
Jeffrey hour. There you go.
That's good.
After show.
Now I forgot the point I was trying
sorry.
to make. That's all right. Jason, and I hadn't really thought about this, and Jason obviously kind of thought about this. So I was talking to Jason. Jason, I'm really not an ad hoc person.
Yeah.
So Jason had a great use case. Well, Jeffrey, you're driving somewhere. You've got 30 minutes or an hour. Turn your phone on. You can get an ad hoc call there, or you're in your doctor's office. And you can't find a magazine to read, if there are any magazines anymore. So just some kind of newbie feedback on the app.
That's great.
Well, let's do a live demo right here. So everybody, viewing from social media, this is the home screen of the Owwll app. You can see we put South Florida Tech Hub up at the top. And every single week we switch the categories around. So some weeks we'll have technology, funding, sales and marketing. But of course, you could hit the little search bar and you could choose any expertise and you could really dive deeper, right? Let's just say we want to click filmmaking, right? And you are really into filmmaking and you want to collaborate with other filmmakers. You want to network, you want to get advice, whatever it might be. You could go in here and just look at all these people who listed filmmaking as their expertise, right? So we go down here, we see all these different people. If they're not available, what you're going to want to do is just go ahead and click their profile like this. And there's this little follow button at the top right. So you click follow. And now what will happen is you'll receive a notification, something that looks like that says, they're available for X amount of time when they set this little timer mechanism right here. So the way Owwll works is all experts have this timer mechanism. When they set it, it makes them available and it pings out a notification to all their followers and fans. And that's the power of Owwll. So when Jeffrey was driving, right, he didn't realize he had this automatic office hours set up where it automatically pinged all his followers that he was available to take calls. So that's why Jeff, right at 5 o'clock ish, right, got a call and he's like, how did this just happen? How did anyone know that I was available? Because that's the power of the platform, that it pushes out notifications to all your followers. And there's really no other technology that offers this, right? If you think about it, if you wanted to jump in your car right now and drive to Disney World for 3 hours straight, what other technology enables you to have immediate conversations with your audience, right? Owwll enables that. And you have a big audience that always wants to get in touch with you. But then what do? You're consistently setting up meetings.
Yeah.
You get no-shows, you get canceled. And sometimes it's more about networking. It's not about facilitating, a deep meeting, right? You just want to have conversations and see where they go. So this tool is amazing for that. You jump in the car, you go into Disney World, set yourself available, you're by yourself. And now 3 hours later, time flew by and opportunities blossom likely, right? So that's the power of the platform. And every week we list all the new experts that have joined the platform in the last 30 days right here. So of course, one of the secrets to Owwll is go in there and call the new people. They're experiencing a new platform. They're getting used to it and they're going to welcome calls. And we have so many power users on this app that all they do is check the new Owwll category week in and week out, call them and build opportunities with them. We've had people participate in TEDx talks, right, from talking to someone on Owwll. We've had people do joint ventures where they now start a podcast together. We've had people meet up in Canada, actually 10 different Owwll users, for example. We were at PodFest. We had 30 different people meet up because Owwll is just eliminating the friction to connect better with other individuals. We all are getting sucked into the DMs all the time. And then we don't know which DMs we should respond to and say, yes, let's jump on a Zoom, right? Or provide them your cell phone or your email. And then all of a sudden now it gets uncomfortable. You keep getting emails to set up a meeting and you're like, what do I do? I really don't want to meet with this individual. But with Owwll, it's protected. You could block that individual. You could report them at the end of a phone call if they've done anything inappropriate. How many times have females said that they have gotten inappropriate things on Instagram or Facebook and no actions are taken, right? Or someone's on a Zoom and you're like, I wish someone knew how, awkward that Zoom meeting was, but no one's accountable. There's no review at the end of a Zoom meeting, right? With Owwll, there is. So what we're going to do now for the next 6 to 8 hours straight, we are going to have different experts going live. So Nikki, for the next hour and a half, all you got to do is look at her profile right here. If you see it flashing live, that means she's available. It's first come, first serve. Go ahead and give her a call. If it's blinking on a call, there's going to be an other button that you could click that says notify me when available. So that's another little trick. Someone's on a call, they're going to get off a call. And we'll do an example. We have Avi right here.
Say that again. I didn't know that.
So right here, see how he's on a call?
Yep. I saw that.
See how it says notify me when available? We click it and we also follow him. So what happens is we're following him. We're going to get a notification when he does make himself available, but he's already online. So this will be a notification right when he gets offline. So that's a really nice trick because they're on the platform. They're going to get off a call and be available. So I always hunt for the people on calls. And like any other platform, you got to get used to all these little tricks and how other people are utilizing it for their business. And I can't tell you how many people say, Owwll's not for me. I really, used it once. I was like, you used it for taking calls only. And that's the biggest mistake. If somebody was starting a business and said, well, I'm just going to post on social media and hope that my business grows, good luck, right? Well, that's the typical mistake an Owwll user makes. They join Owwll and they say, well, I went live. I set my price at $10. No one called me. I go, well, the first mistake was you assumed you had enough value that people were willing to call you at $10. But if you dropped your price down to $1, then people are going to be curious and just call you. So if $1 will generate you 30, 40 calls in a month. At $10, probably 1 or 2, right? Someone who's just curious enough and they don't care about $10, they'll call you. And then also your profile really means a lot, right? You want to shine. A lot of people just put one sentence in there. And your hours, like when are you going available, right? Early morning is very popular. Late at night after work is very popular, of course, as well.
I noticed you work on Sundays.
I'm online all the time.
I noticed that.
And I fluctuate my price all the time because I'll drop it to $1 and then people are like, oh, Jason's a discount. He's $1 now. And the more I'm live, the more followers that I will get over time because people always click my profile and follow me. So it is a little trick, to go live more often and fluctuate your price. But let's go ahead and do it. So here is Nikki. We're going to set her availability right now for the next hour and a half. And we're going to wait for somebody to call in. Yep. So right now, if I refresh the home screen, what you'll see at the top is Nikki right there is
Live.
right there.
Live.
She's the only one in South Florida Tech Hub live. So if you're out there in South Florida Tech Hub, go ahead and make yourself available. This is an opportunity to shine on the home screen on the first category. And all you got to do is edit your profile and select the group South Florida Tech Hub. And then every week after this in the future, Jeffrey, Nikki, a lot of her team they're gonna make themselves available for 30 minutes or more on Tuesdays and really just generate more collaborations in the community. So sounds like it's a pretty easy opportunity right now
Mhm.
because there's no one else available.
Like I said this morning, it could be tech, non-tech, South Florida Tech. It could be anything. If you want to ask me about parenting, go
Yep.
ahead too. I was saying this morning, whatever you want.
This is breaking news. Nikki's now open for parental advice.
I won't say I'm going to be right or it's going to be good, but
Breaking news.
Anything
You
you
heard it
want.
here first.
Breaking news.
I only teach kids bad habits. So.
were
Nikki
you
then
like,
has to
well-
correct.
see, my dad was the one that,
Yeah.
take the straw and would teaching us, what do you
Yeah.
call it? The
Yeah,
spitballs at the
spitballs, yeah.
restaurant. And my mom's
Of
like,
course.
you don't have boys. Stop doing that. We were all girls growing up. But
So here's a
That'd be
parental
fun.
tip. My kids are a little older than Nikki. They don't listen to me when they get older, just like they didn't listen to me when they were younger.
so that never
Just,
changes.
it never changes. So
Yeah.
just FYI, free advice.
That's awesome.
So now we got to wait for a caller to come in. So while we're waiting, we're just going to chat away. And we hope this phone rings with someone out there in the Tech Hub community or the Owwll community, goes ahead and clicks your profile, hits the call button.
Yep. They were saying, I don't know if you knew Jason, but this one just retired. So he's
Kind of retired.
well, yeah. What
I feel like no one
retired,
I feel like
but
no one
then-
really
but then
retires anymore.
Retired, but then working again, like most
They
people.
change professions and then
Yeah,
they
a
go
bunch
ahead
of
and do
other
something
side
that they have more
gigs and-
passion
Yeah.
behind.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, rather than having one job, I'll probably have 50 jobs.
Exactly.
We'll see
Yeah.
how that goes. But more
Exactly.
time too.
Yeah.
The house is very organized
Yes.
with the free time.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. You excited for your trip?
I am excited for the trip. So wheels up tomorrow night, first country Angola.
Wow.
Off grid for at least 4 of the days in Angola in the remote south. Looking for tribes.
That's cool.
we
Where's
have,
the other place you said? I had
Gabon,
heard-
which is
I
next
had
to the
never heard
Congo.
of that.
Yeah, which Gabon's really going to be more about the animals. So baboons, gorillas,
Oh, that's cool.
hippos, elephants.
Yeah. As you know, my mom just got back from Africa too, and she did the gorilla trek, and she
Yeah.
said it was amazing. She
Maybe I'll
loved
do an
it.
owl call from there.
You
Do
could
that.
do it in an airplane. I've
There we
tested
go.
it because it's over internet phone calls.
Yeah.
So you could be up in the sky and chat with people.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, people around you wouldn't like that, but it really works anywhere. We had
Yeah.
people go on 90-day cruise recently, and they were on there, and they were like, "Oh, it worked perfect on the cruise, so it's fine."
Hey, you probably could have a channel on travel
Oh yeah, that's right.
for travel.
Do you
know,
have a channel on
chat up.
travel
a category?
category?
Good question.
Travel
Let's
and
see.
tourism. That's a good one.
You do have a hospitality one. I'm
Only
glad to
because
say.
my partner's been to 190
Yeah.
countries. He gets a lot of questions.
Well, it's like
and so this could be a
Ashton, too.
perfect
She
platform
says
for
she's
that.
got. She's like, anytime you guys want to go somewhere, she goes, I have my whole itinerary and where
So-
and when, and
So I have a real world interaction with someone you might find interesting. You mentioned about new users. So first of all, I agree with Jason. Full disclosure, full transparency. When I
Ooh,
first
we got a caller. We got a caller.
Let's take a caller.
Let's take a caller first. Hello, Daniel. Welcome to the Ultimate Call-In Show. How are you doing this afternoon?
Hey, everybody.
hi, good
Tuesday.
morning.
I'm doing remarkable. Thank you so much, Jason.
Oh, let me put your volume up a little bit so we could hear you. You're our first caller of the day. How's it going?
Yay.
I'm doing remarkable. So Tech Hub, let's see. I'm a 45-year tech veteran. Any questions for me?
Well, first I see you're from the great state of Maryland. That's my home state.
Awesome. You know, my wife and I met on eHarmony, and
Oh, that's so cool.
date, our first date included boots and chains.
Wow.
If that's not a story, I'm telling you.
Okay, guys.
So
Awesome.
I'm going to give Daniel a quick plug. So we have the LinkedIn guru right here. So what's cool about Owwll is you can kind of head out of the app and, oh, I don't have LinkedIn on here. I can't do it. I was going to show him your profile on LinkedIn. I forgot. I'm using a different telephone today. But
oh, that's all good, man.
you know all the pods on LinkedIn where people are going crazy and like the likes, the comments, and we have power users at the table right now. We're streaming to 6 different LinkedIn accounts, Daniel. So Daniel, is really like Batman out there on LinkedIn. He is calling out all the pod users because you have a lot of gurus out there that are creating courses and really making a lot of money off the backs of AI and fake accounts. And we all at the table use LinkedIn all the time. And Daniel has been in the tech field for over 40 years. He's Owwll's first brand ambassador, actually. And I pitch slapped him on LinkedIn. That's our story. And he's like, what is this guy doing? He's like, I've hacked Clubhouse. Why is he messing around? He's a startup app. He's like, I'm going to go in there and rip it apart. And I was like, this non-tech founder. And I'm like, go ahead, rip it apart. This sounds like a free checkup. And he downloaded it through Test Flight back before we were in the App Store. And he's like, wow, this thing's pretty darn good. It's very secure. It's more secure than Clubhouse. And then he's stuck around me ever since. And we've created a great relationship, from pitch slapping him, which is the point of Owwll, right? Sometimes in DMs, we don't know the other person really. But after having a real conversation, one-on-one, not being recorded, the truth comes out, who the people really are when nobody else is watching. And Daniel has been by my side ever since. And he, if you could see his background, is kind of, really, really similar to a lot of people in the tech hub community. If you see left brain, all this jazz that I don't understand. And, on a personal side, he's, you could see volunteering, helping train 400
Foster and
inbound
adopting. We have six children, all with remarkable special abilities. That's all.
That's amazing.
That's the way I'd like to put it. Yeah.
Well, Daniel, I'm going to put you on the spot. Can you ask some of them some questions? You have the CEO of South Florida Tech Hub. South Florida Tech Hub.
Sure.
It's one of the largest, tech organizations down here in South Florida. So, you of course are really into that type of stuff. So I got to put you on the spot and have you ask her a question, of course.
Sure. So maybe I'm not sure the backgrounds of the tech hub here. So I'm going to throw this out. What's one thing you can do if you're building an API now today? What's one of the things that you can do to ensure you're not going to get a denial of service attack on your API?
That is too technical for me, so I'm going to let one of them.
Oh, yeah.
answer.
Man.
Yeah, that went.
Michael, you know the answer? I don't know much about this.
So I was CIO for the last decade, so I would have had.
No, I can share with you one of the things you can do if you like.
I have an answer. Pray.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are we just so we could dumb it down for the audience? For people like me, are you saying like you have an API for your mobile app, and then they go ahead and completely change it and leave you in a bad position, and then all of a sudden your app malfunctions because you were going normal one day, and then all of a sudden your whole app kind of malfunctions? Is that what you're saying? And that could also be a website, that could be a CRM, but is that what you're saying?
So the API is what is when you have your website won't connect directly to your database.
Correct.
On your back end. It'll go through this intermediary step of connecting to another connector that'll connect to your database, and then kind of is a gatekeeper between passing the information back and forth from your back office services to the web, the person that's browsing your site. So when we talk about limiting that denial of service attack, Jason, what we're talking about is capturing where they're coming from, their IP address when they come through, and making sure that we can, limit that IP address or where they're coming from to only making connections like maybe 5 or 10 times in a minute, instead of like a denial of service attack is when somebody sits there on their web browser and they can constantly make requests to your back end. Like if your Owwll app was open, which it's not, Clubhouse was, I could sit there on Clubhouse's API and I could sit there and send like 30, 40, 50, 100 requests per second. And I could bring their whole whole operation down if I wanted to. It's not something I would do, but somebody, in order to combat that, you have to put some measures in place in front of the API to make sure that a person that's connecting can only hit that
So many
um,
times.
or
Mhm.
connect you to
That's
your
the
API
next one.
so many times. Yeah.
So Daniel,
Try
why do
not
you,
to get too technical
yeah, so Daniel, why do you think most developers don't do that?
because a lot of these APIs that are coming out right now, everybody wants to get them out so quickly. So they're building it on top of older technology that just doesn't have that embedded in there. And they're thinking, oh, I can get to my data. Cool. I can get it to the front end. I can get the back end data. I don't care about what anybody, nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to sit there and thrash on my site. I got news for you because some of this new technology is sitting on top of older API technology.
That's for
They
sure.
just don't understand that doesn't exist and that's not in place. And everybody is in such a rush to get something out the door and working that they just either overlook it or just don't care about it
There was
until something happens.
there was a,
Yeah.
a mechanism we used on one of my teams. This was in the past where we give out rookie points to developers who who made small mistakes like that.
Uh,
And we may or may not put their badge picture up on the TVs that were in the
Oh,
office.
no.
And so not only did you get a rookie point, but you
yeah.
also got fame and fortune by having your face up on the TV screen.
Well, I'm sure
Um,
they learned from
Oh
that
boy.
experience.
So,
Boy.
so I have a serious response other than praying. So it never hurts to pray, I guess. So I actually spent 30 years plus. I'm sorry, 26 years. Felt like 30 years at IVM. So I have a technical background, and I'm also on LinkedIn a lot, as Jason mentioned. And I started reading some posts from a federal agency, and I want to get the name right. The acronym is CISA, not CIA, CISA.gov. It is a federal agency. It's called the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. It's a mouthful. CISA.gov. I started reading some of their posts and I follow them. A lot of, I'm not that technical. I understand exactly what you're saying, but for everyone out there, a lot of great information by this federal agency exactly along those lines. So I don't know if you've ever looked at CISA.gov, but I'm looking at it now. A lot of great information. So
That's a good
there's
resource.
a
Awesome.
real
That's a
answer.
great share.
And they
That's a
post
great
interesting stuff on LinkedIn too. So I follow them.
You always find good stuff.
I
You're always
do.
posting.
I do. I do. Thank you, Nikki.
Well,
By the
Daniel,
way,
So my
just,
time is, go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
Daniel's got 40
Oh, I was gonna
seconds.
say my time is running down here.
Isn't that the best part of Owwll though? It's like when you're at like the 1 minute mark and you're kind of not in this situation, but when you're in a situation at a live event, you can't get away from someone. In Owwll, you'll be like, gotta go, 10-minute countdown.
Yes.
Bye, gotta go
I
to another meeting.
appreciate everybody taking time out of their life to spend it with me. So I'm gonna defer my time here and give somebody else a chance to call in. It was such a pleasure.
Call in,
Thank you.
Nice to meet
call
you,
in later
Daniel.
this afternoon. Later, Daniel. Thank you for being our first
All right.
caller.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Okay, we're gonna put great. Oop. Well, there's an example you want to report an issue. You're like, Daniel was so inappropriate. He tried to hack our entire system,
Yeah.
take us down. No, we're gonna put great call. Where I thought he was going was when APIs change so frequently. So
Yeah.
behind the scenes with Owwll, actually, we have one right now. That my call this morning at 8:30 this morning was with Firebase. Firebase API system is transitioning. And then behind the scenes, you're running an app. And all of a sudden, you're like, wait a second, I got to stop my development with what I'm doing because I have to hit this deadline because, that API is not going to function correctly with my platform. People are not going to receive the notifications that they're getting now if we don't get it done by that deadline. They're going to eliminate it. So it's really hard as an app founder today because all your technologies all kind of tie into this mobile platform, and underneath the hood, all it takes is, 1 or 2 changes every year. And then you're stuck for a month or two updating those changes that are very, very costly. So I think so often people develop these apps and don't realize the ongoing maintenance is out of control today.
Set it and
You can.
I thought he might have been going toward reuse, and maybe that's just because of the world that I came out of a large enterprise of. I think in the beginning it was single API, single function, and these days there's a lot more thought going into maximum amount of reuse on them.
So I can give you another serious answer. I also spent 6 years at Oracle. Felt like 30 years
sorry
as
about
well.
that.
And Oracle, and I'm sure a lot of companies do, Oracle, because that is such a real issue, Oracle, and they have their own cloud infrastructure. Oracle has a product that will analyze your API
Oh yeah.
start to finish.
Yep.
Before it ever touches any
Yep.
data. So it's gotten to be such an issue. By the way, great question. It's gotten to be such an issue. There are commercial products now that will analyze the API before it touches any data. It's a paid service, but
Yep.
For an enterprise,
But worthwhile. so you
for an
don't get
enterprise,
issues.
it's a lot cheaper than getting hacked and all of
Yep.
that. So
Right.
There's a whole slew of tools for looking at vulnerabilities.
correct.
And we had gotten in the habit of running those on a regular basis and keeping current with getting the vulnerabilities patched up. You don't want a bad day with having a
Right.
hack.
Well, actually, Michael makes a great point. You want to be proactive. You want to constantly run those tools to be proactive.
Okay, Nicole, welcome to the Owl Podcast. How are you doing this morning?
You know what? I'm doing really, really good. How are you?
We are doing really, really good as well.
Say like your name,
Good.
Nicole. Another
I
Nicole
get-
here.
Yeah, I figured you were, and that's why I called in. I saw that you were live, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to talk to this gal and see what she's all about.
Yes, amazing. Yeah, most people don't know that. Everybody thinks I was born Nikki, but I only go by Nikki because I got yelled at when it turned to Nicole from Nikki
Oh.
growing up. So yeah,
Nikki's
Nikki
not your
sounds-
real name?
I did
but
not know.
no,
Oh my
I'm a
goodness.
Nicole.
Breaking
Yeah,
news.
Yeah,
Two.
Okay, you guys, I've revealed her.
there you go.
No, I understand. I had people call me Nikki. I've had people call me Nick. I've
Me
always
too.
stuck with Nicole because, I'm an older Nicole, and no one had this name. I
Yeah.
could never find the keychains or anything. So, Nikki, tell me about yourself.
Sure. So, CEO of South Florida Tech Hub, a mother of two. We were just talking about that a moment ago. I've got a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old, so I'm in that preteen teen
Uh-oh.
age. Yeah.
Oh my
uh-oh
goodness.
age. Yes.
Danger,
I
Will
will
Robinson.
I will send you blessings, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, definitely in that age. But yeah, and then I guess my other thing, other than work kids, is I am the ultimate soccer mom. I am team mom of the kids. We got one in travel, one in rec. So if I'm not working, I'm probably at the soccer field.
And you have cats, right?
Yes, and a cat mom and a dog mom.
Okay. I knew about the cat.
Yeah.
Did not know about the
Yeah,
cat.
I
Don't
haven't
ask me
heard
how
a-
many animals I have.
I haven't heard a husband in there, but
Well, that is my third kid. Yes.
Okay.
Husband too. Yeah.
Gotcha.
He walks the dog.
Well, try to he lets them out the back door and then calls them back in. Yes.
Well, then he's got a good job, right?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Oh my goodness. And of course you're from Florida, so I'm going to assume you're friends with Jason.
Of course. Yes, I am born and raised Floridian. I've been here all 40 years of my life. Yep.
Wow. That's incredible. I'm here in South Carolina, and I'm really
Nice.
struggling with the weather right now because I am not used to humidity. So how do you deal with that?
Yeah, well, again, born and raised Floridian, and I'm still not used to it in August, September timeframe. It's still it's a rough time of year, but at least the rest of the year is beautiful and stays warm, and we don't have to deal with the snow.
Yeah, very true.
You
Very
do get
true.
used to it though. I mean, after
Time gets
it
easier.
lasts for so long down here, 6 months, that by the time October rolls around and it gets dry,
Yeah.
you really notice the difference.
Yeah.
And
you
so
do.
your body does get acclimated to it.
And are you
Oh, boy.
from South Carolina, Nicole?
I am not. I'm originally from California,
Oh, wow.
and then I moved to Arizona for 27 years. So I am used to hot weather, but I am not used to this humidity. But in Arizona, we have 120-degree
I
days.
was just gonna say Arizona. I actually
Right.
love. We went a couple of years ago with my husband. Took a vacation, and I actually love the heat. For me, it's not the heat. It's definitely the humidity that makes it different.
Well, in Arizona, we figured it out. What we do is come like October, we start going back outside again. And then the end of May or the beginning of June, we all go indoors, and we're just a little bit backwards from the rest of the country.
exactly.
So, but I made it there 27 years, and I have to tell you, coming from California where there's a lot to do, Arizona has so much to do. It offers so much. And honestly, I prefer it over California or South Carolina.
Where in South Carolina are you based? If you want to
I
say.
am in I'm in Surfside Beach, which is down in the Myrtle Beach area. So I am close to the water, which helps tremendously.
Right. And what do you do, Nicole, when you're not down by the water? What do you do for work, or do you have kids, or?
You know what? I have two girls. I have a 21-year-old and a 29-year-old. So I'm kind of semi done with that, even though mothering will be forever. So, but they went back to Arizona. So I do miss them. But I am known as a forgiveness expert and a quantum energy healer. And what I do is everyone has trauma, whether it's from childhood, whether it's ancestral, whether we've been picked on or bullied, or in my case, whether it was from a really ugly divorce. And so what I like to help people do, because I learned to heal myself and get rid of all that trauma, or as much as I could, I help you find that trauma. And that's by going back. That's why I call it quantum. Quantum is the idea that everything exists at once in many places. So we go back and we find it and we physically release it. We don't just talk about it, we release it. And when we do that, it really helps you to walk your path of emotional freedom.
Wow, that's really interesting. How did you get into that, or kind of find that was your passion?
I've always been an intuitive. I was that kid at age 10 that held seances in my playhouse. So I've always been on kind of a journey, but then, through my life, I did my real estate career. I did my lending career. I did my mom career. But when I got the divorce, I became so sick because I was married to a narcissist, and I started losing my hair. I started scratching myself till I bled. And I thought, I need to figure this out because I'm getting sick. And out of all the modalities that I learned and used on myself, the one thing that was missing was forgiveness. And when I started understanding that I was really using forgiveness for me, not for my ex, it's as if everything melted away. I just released and released. And then I started the quantum healing, physically getting rid of my trauma. And then what happens is you start loving yourself, which is something I didn't know that I could do. And that really started me on the journey of understanding that if I could do this and change my life, anyone could. And when you start loving yourself, you start raising your vibration. You start, instead of staying in that third dimensional frequency of ego, you learn to take the ego off and you step into a fifth dimensional existence. And what that means is you stop judging people. If you disagree with them, that's okay. You send people love. It's just a really different mindset that you acquire. And when you do start sending love to people and acknowledgement and kindness, everything has to come back to you in this world. So you're getting it back into your heart times 10.
That's amazing.
We need a lot of you for the next 6 months
I know.
as we go through this
You know
election
what?
cycle. People just need to learn how to love each other.
I think a lot longer than 6 months, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah,
Minimum 6 months. How's that?
At a
I will
minimum.
work. How about this? I'll work hard for 6 months on giving everyone that ripple effect, and then after the election, when we prevail, then we're going to go into just everybody. Everybody needs to live in this kind of mindset, uh, or consciousness, whatever you want to call it. The one mind that works together, not separate. We need to send out love. We need to love others as we love ourselves. That doesn't mean we get picked on or pushed around. That means we just accept. And if we don't resonate, we move on, but we don't judge. We just let it go. Because anything you hold inside your body in terms of anger, animosity, anything like that, it becomes a dis-ease. Anything you hold in that you don't let out is going to make you sick. So I see a lot of that happening. It happened to my mom through cancer. And she was actually my epiphany when she when she told me on her deathbed that your father slept with all my friends. And I thought she never forgave him, because that is not what I'm taking with me when I go.
Yeah.
So my mother was my epiphany, and it changed my life. And I'm very grateful for my experience. I just reframed it as it didn't happen to me; it happened for me.
Yeah, that's amazing. I love that you took something that was a negative and turned it into a positive and turned it into a career for yourself as well. That's pretty amazing.
Absolutely. And I'm here to help others. And you guys, I see we're about to end. I want to thank you for taking this call today. You guys are great. You guys are great. I'm
Aw,
so
thank you, Nicole.
glad I'm part of Al. It's been really, really fun.
Nicole, just so our audience can see what an additional 10 minutes look like, we won't spend 10 minutes with you, but can you hit the 10-minute button? And I want to go ahead and
Absolutely.
hit accept it. So for everyone out there, if the call's going 10 minutes, you're having a good conversation, you hit accept and the call continues. If you have another meeting coming up, you just decline it and I say, sorry, I have another meeting, but call me at a different time. If you're not comfortable with the conversation, that's the best part about Owwll, then you could just decline it and say, sorry, I have another meeting. But it really controls each party's boundaries. That's the power of the platform, where we've all been on a real phone call or a Zoom and we're like, how did I just spend an hour? Right? Like we've all been there and like, I had so much to do today and somehow I got sucked in. But that timer really, really plays into like making sure the conversation goes the correct direction. People are paying to chat with you and they get to the point quicker,
Yes.
right? Because they see the timer. Is that right, Nicole? You know what I'm
It's
talking about.
absolutely right. And I have to tell you that I was a part of this during the beta stage.
Mhm.
And I got on and I talked to people, but then I saw that you guys were having that 30-day challenge. And I thought,
I know.
I'm going to get back on this app. And it has changed so much for the positive. And I have made so many phone calls. Some, you just learn about them and that's that, but others you really connect with.
Mhm.
And so I have connected, in that 6 weeks time, I probably went from 30 calls to now I'm over 150.
Wow.
And
Yep.
I absolutely love it. I was on with someone this morning for 30 minutes. I saw the opportunity to reach out to Nikki for, this time, and I would recommend this to anyone.
Yeah.
You don't have to have it in your your hand all the time, the phone calling, but what a way to connect, or what a way to get advice. And we've got some amazing people on here. There's one lady I connected with, a psychic. Whether you believe in that or not, I do.
She's cool. I know
Connected
who you're
with
talking about. She's new on the app. She's
yes.
running Boca Raton.
Yeah.
So we might see her tonight
Is
at the happy
she?
hour. Yep. Yeah,
No,
she's
she
awesome.
was. When you talk to her, if you're not a believer, you will be.
Yeah, she's
You're-
cool.
You might change your mind. Yeah.
But I know what you're saying, because when you download the app, and we were talking about that earlier in the show, is most people become an expert and pretty much set their price high and say, call me, I'm an expert. You should value my time. They get very few calls and they say, I really don't feel like trading my time for dollars. And I just keep telling everyone, it's like, no, that's just a mechanism to enable the amount of calls to come in. And you should be looking at it as building bigger opportunities from the calls themselves. And what Nicole just mentioned is we did a 30-day challenge for fitness, wellness, health. We did Zoom meetings with different fitness professionals or business professionals throughout the 30-day challenge. And every person had to call a different person every day for 30 days straight. So if you met 30 new people in a month, what would it do to your life and your business? And Nicole didn't use Owwll much. She knows it, and I always say, like, you got to get on here. It's amazing. And it was just that habit that shifted, where she started making a call every day and just having real conversations. And if you call 30 different people in a month, real things occur. And it's no different than my podcast shows. Everyone always says, like, why do you keep doing the podcast shows? Like every week I see you doing the Owwll podcast and the Shrimp Tank one. And it's really very simple. Every week I build a new relationship with another business owner or a person making impact to this world. And I know naturally that the more people I meet like that, inevitably, like, good things will come from it. and I don't always have to have a price tag attached to it. Everyone's like, yeah, but you're not making money on the podcast. I was like, we don't need to make money on every single thing that we do, right? But forming good relationships is so powerful in life. And now look at us today. We're partnering together because of that same model. It's just like we just always talked and connected, and over time, now we're partnering with Techpalooza. And I didn't know Techpalooza would go from 1,000 people to 5,000 people, being one of the biggest conferences in the region. I just said, let's do it. Right. Last year we set up our podcast booth. So Nicole, appreciate the kind words. Thank you for joining us here on the Owwll podcast. Call back later today. Okay. We'll have different people in the studio later.
Great to meet you,
Sounds
Nicole.
good.
See you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to put great call. What we're going to do is we're going to do an outbound call, because I know we have an 11 o'clock group coming in. But I want to do one more because we started a little late. So being that it's a lot quicker to just call someone, we just head over to the active Owwll category, and we could see right here all the people that are active. This line will show 10 people. And then if I hit view more, it will show all the active people. So when we go here, we can see all the different individuals that are available. Jennifer's $55. I don't think we're going to call her at $55. Lynn right now is in Pompano Beach, and we'll probably want to call someone local. So let's call Orly, because she's going to be in the podcast studio later today. You guys are going to miss her, and she might be out tonight at the happy hour. She's on the 1 o'clock squad. So let's call and go the other direction.
Awesome.
Hello.
Hello, Orly. Welcome to the
Hi.
Owwll podcast. We wanted to switch things up and make an outbound call. How's everything going this afternoon?
Awesome.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
I am driving on my way to you.
We could tell. We could tell. Look at that. She is driving and owling. That's what we call it, right?
Yes.
Well,
I was surprised to see that somebody's calling me. That's wonderful. That's why I left it at $1. Because
okay.
I hope people are going to call me through the app.
Well, being that you're on the reverse side, you know what's going on today, right? We're not going to ask you questions right now. You're not going to get the chance to meet Nikki during the hosting slide, because she's leaving the office around noon, and you're coming in around 1, I believe. So do you have a question for Nikki? Anything about South Florida Tech Hub? She's actually new to the area. She moved to Florida in the last 12 months, and she wants to be around like-minded professionals. Orly's been on over 5,000 stages. She helps other speakers really, build the right pitch deck, if you want to say, right? The right information to send over to people to get on stages. And Nikki over here runs a lot of big events, right? She obviously can collaborate with you, and you guys could partner together. And, Nikki is always looking for really good speakers. We could always get speakers, but the right ones really make a big difference. So go ahead, Orly. Stage all yours.
For sure. Oh, well, thank you so much, Nikki. I'm so glad to meet you.
Yes, you as well.
Welcome to the Welcome
Yes,
to the
thank you.
So what would you say is your biggest hurdle right now?
Ooh, biggest hurdle. If I'm thinking work, is definitely trying to manage, which I know Jeffrey and Michael will get this, is managing our manpower and money power with what we have currently, because we are in that stage right now where we're growing so fast, but we need
What
more
a problem
people.
to have, huh?
Yes, it's a good problem to have for sure. But yeah, trying to manage what we can do with such a small team is often a big hurdle, especially Jason was just mentioning Techpalooza, our big annual conference, December 11th this year. Trying to get it from 1,500 person event to a 5,000 person event takes a lot of people and planning and money and everything else. So trying to figure out how to do that with a small staff. Thankfully, we've got great board members, great volunteers, but yeah, that is probably my biggest hurdle right now.
Well, I might be able to help because I am the Millionaire Connector as a trademark, and I love connecting people. And so I connect you to influencers who have a bigger following or database, and that will help us promote your event for December 11th. If that's the one you want to promote, we have plenty of time, but that's the cool part about networking, is to meet the influencers that can take you to the next level faster than what it will cost you, or in time or money, to do it yourself.
Oh, that's awesome. So Orly, do you because I caught a little bit, and I was actually looking at your profile the other day. So do you work with like helping speakers get on stages, or working on their actual pitch on stages, or like what exactly do you do, or both?
Well, I'm not a one-stop shop, so I am the only one in the world that guarantees they'll make 150K their first year in public speaking from public speaking. So not only do I serve new speakers, beginners, but also seasoned speakers are not getting on stages and getting paid. Most people just don't have patience, but in this industry, you need patience and you need to do it the right way, and that's what gets my guarantee easy because it's minimum wage in public speaking.
Oh,
I'm not
wow.
guaranteeing something superficial or too out, far out. But anyway, yeah, that's what I help people with.
That's interesting. I was just thinking as you were talking, because obviously we're in the tech ecosystem with South Florida Tech Hub. That's what we do, and we work with a lot of people that I often get technical founders or co-founders, or a lot of technical people that want to sit on panels, want to be keynotes, want to talk, but they're either too quiet or shy, or sometimes they are very technical, so they talk in much more technical terms, and it's hard for the general, layman to kind of understand what they're saying. Is that something that you work on also, is just their actual
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. That's interesting.
Where,
Yes,
wh-
we also do speaker training boot camps that help them actually make their message. One of those big workshops on a cruise ship this year as well.
Oh.
So in September we have the speakers cruise, which is exactly that. People will be able to get on stage multiple times and will be able to claim the stage in a very short period of time and learning how to do it. So we have that not only on a cruise ship, but we also do it on land right here in Miami at BOA Studios.
Oh, that's awesome. You were going to ask a question.
you said you were driving. Where are you? And if you don't want to say, that's fine. Where are you physically based?
Oh, I'm physically based in Palm, east of Orlando, about 20 minutes from Melbourne, south of Melbourne.
You broke up a little. What city?
Palm Bay.
Palm Bay.
Palm Bay. Oh, okay. No, right where that is. Right off of 95. Can't
Yep.
miss it.
I've got some family over
Yep.
there. Yep.
Yes.
It's a
Yes.
nice area.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very
Very.
quickly growing area. We
Yes,
have
it is.
we have
That's
family
true.
over there
That's
that 15 years ago there was a lot of dirt roads going out to wherever we were trying to end up, and then now it's
Not anymore.
everything is built up in stores and movie theaters and businesses, and it's a fast growing area.
My next door neighbor has been there for 20 years, and when she moved in, there was only trees around her.
Oh,
Yeah.
So she has the only light pole on the whole street.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Yeah,
That's
it's awesome. Well, it's good to meet you guys. I'm sorry I'm not going to meet you in person, but I'd love to continue the conversation.
No,
And
of course. And
it-
if you're welcome, of course, to come to the happy hour afterwards. I don't know if you were planning
I
on
am
sticking
gonna-
around, but I'll be
Okay.
there.
I will be there too. Yay.
Good.
Okay.
Amazing.
So you're driving from Palm Bay now?
Yes, I
Okay,
am on my
thank
way.
you.
to
Thank
Well,
you.
Thank you for driving
You-
all the way in for this.
You
That's
get a lot of
awesome.
owl time in today.
Yeah.
That's good.
I was telling Jason it was a great use case, just to talk about use cases, that we all drive a lot these days, and you can now make it productive time owl wise as well.
Mhm.
Absolutely, absolutely. Jason has taught me that well.
Yep.
That to use my owl time while I'm driving. It also keeps the time going fast, which is
Exactly.
also nice. You have company while you're driving all by yourself, and you can still keep your eyes on the road, which is also
Exactly.
awesome.
Yes. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, just a personal tidbit. I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, so I drive a lot on 95 from
Wow.
here to Savannah, and I always know I'm getting closer to Savannah when I hit Palm Bay.
We were talking about that the other day, that you drive versus fly.
Oh, it's a long drive. So
When I-
It is.
when
It is.
I moved to South Florida from Maryland, I drove 2 cars from Maryland down here to Florida, and that once you cross the Florida border, you're really not in South Florida yet. It's a
Correct.
long.
Oh,
Yeah.
correct.
So I have vowed that I will never drive out of Florida. And
Correct.
so far since 2010, I've never driven out of Florida.
Oh wow.
Yeah, once you get a little north of Orlando, you start going, wait a minute, are we still in Florida? This
Nope.
doesn't feel the same. It definitely feels like
It's a
two
big
different
state.
states. Yeah. Yep. That's funny.
Very big state.
Welcome to Florida sign. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Orange juice or grapefruit.
I was just gonna say, you start seeing the grapefruit signs. Yeah.
Right.
Well, very cool. Nice to meet you, Orly.
Nice to meet you guys.
Drive
Have a great
safe.
show. Yes, I will. See you guys later.
Okay.
I'm going to end the call.
Bye. That's cool. I didn't know she was driving all the way in from Palm Bay. It's interesting.
Where is Palm Bay?
Palm Bay is like, it's like north of, yeah, it's like north of Treasure Coast, but east
Before you hit
of
Jacksonville.
Orlando.
You
Yeah.
know a review real quick, somebody.
Oh,
Put 5-star. And you guys keep chatting while she.
Okay.
you got it, Nani?
Mm-hmm.
So we're still live?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's going live.
Okay.
Live all day long.
You substitute out.
Mm-hmm.
So you
Okay.
gotta come out, but be very careful with the TV
Yep.
in the background. Nikki, you keep speaking to the audience. Say hello.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, girls.
Come to the happy hour tonight. Get to meet me in person and everyone else.
There you go. Awesome.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, we're just transitioning. We've got the we're actually gonna have the whole lady squad on from
Yeah.
Tech Hub on. I didn't do that on purpose, but then I realized we got the whole lady.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Jeffrey.
It's the man haters.
We're kicking you out of the Man Haters Club. Yeah, yeah. I do get that reference.
Be careful, you're in the hard
Oh
seat.
my God.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay.
Are we still live?
Yep, we're live all day long.
You can bring the coffee to the table.
Hmm? It's okay.
Yeah, just-
Oh.
It's okay.
Is Nadia
Then you're
going
gonna
here?
sit- yeah, you're gonna sit
Yeah,
there,
you could sit here.
and then just be- that's the
Oh, I guess I need my phone.
No,
Nope,
no,
you don't
no.
need it. We're doing it from here.
Cool.
Got it.
Okay, you guys are on.
Sorry, my headphones on my
Can you hear me?
small head. Yep, we can hear you.
All right.
So what we did with our first kind of 4 of us is we did quick intros so people know kind of who they're talking to or calling into. So if you guys want, Penny, I'm happy to have you start. Give a little bit of background, both if you want personal, business, and or
Well, I'm the Director of Strategic Initiatives here at Tech Hub. Excited to be here today. Thank you, Jason, for having us. Looking forward to some up and coming events. I'll wait till we get a little deeper into the conversation with that. And I'm a Florida native. I've been in Palm Beach County most of my life. So this is all interesting to see us like boost it up and really get involved in the tech community.
awesome Florida natives here. Yeah. and mom of teens here.
Yes.
Yes,
Can't
yes.
forget that. It's summer.
A Florida transplant with a baby.
It's okay, we accept you. We accept you.
I've
We'll
been
take it.
here for 25 years,
Yeah.
so I
Oh.
should be pretty good. But hi everyone, my name's Ashton Adler. I'm the Director of Talent Engagement for South Florida Tech Hub. It's something I'm really passionate about. I have a background in healthcare technology and also with talent in higher education as well. So really happy to be here and
We were
thrilled.
talking about you also being a avid world traveler because
Oh.
Michael was as well. So we were talking about
Okay,
you
yeah,
earlier.
his country count is a lot higher than mine, but I'm getting there.
You'll
I'm
get
getting
there.
there.
You'll get there.
My goal with each decade is to have the same amount of countries or less, and I'm outpacing. So I'm not yet 40, but I have 40 countries. So
There you go.
so we'll keep going here.
Well, hi everyone. I already introduced myself, but I will do it one more time just because I know that it's kind of a new panel here. So my name is Nadia. I am originally from Russia and I'm here with South Florida Tech Hub. I create experiences for tech people and hopefully we will talk about some of those experiences with you all. And happy to be here. Thank you, Jason, and the Owwll and South Florida Tech Hub.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited for the girl gang. Say, of course, guys, you're welcome to call us. But if any of the ladies want to call and have some female chit chat, we're good with that too. Say, poor Jeffrey has to deal with that every day.
He takes it all in.
No comment, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. So let me see. I'm going to figure out if I switch this will work.
Yeah, go to the home screen. To the home button.
Oh,
No one's called in.
there we go.
Well, there you are. You're at the top.
There we go. We are still figuring out how to do this, but Jason was showing us earlier. So on the top we have South Florida Tech Hub. So of course we're here with Tech Tuesdays on the Owwll App, powered by South Florida Tech Hub. So we have I think 30 total experts coming in through the whole day. We had 10 a.m. we started all the way through 5. And then we have a happy hour for anybody that's local in Boca Raton at Tap 42, starting at 5:30. And then, of course, I know you've got, Jason, you've got also like Mentorship Mondays. You can go in the platform. There's a bunch of different experts where you can find people. I looked at this morning, Jason was showing us, even if you're into movies or anything else. So there's a bunch of different cool categories, which I love. And actually, I was looking at it earlier too. We've got folks from AI, machine learning, data science. We've got cybersecurity professionals. We have a bunch of different folks coming on, but at least I know for me, I don't know how you guys feel, but I'm an open book. So if anybody wants to call in and ask any questions, again, both personal, professional, I'm good with it.
Oh, there you go. You got one.
Oh,
Oh,
got
I
one
got
coming in now.
Chella. Okay.
You can accept.
See, do accept.
There you go. You're a pro at this now. Look at this.
I'm learning.
Now you don't need me no more.
Hi, Chella. Can you hear us, Chella?
I can.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Ladies.
How are you?
I'm great.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, Chella.
Well, I'm watching you guys on Instagram.
Fantastic.
And so I just had to call. Oh, ladies panel, I must call in.
That's
Yeah,
right.
there you go. And did I pronounce your first name right, Chella?
Yes,
Good.
I am the female instrument.
Good. So explain to me, what are you into? What do you do? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh my goodness. So I am focusing on guiding women entrepreneurs
Oh, cool.
step into their value,
We love that.
increase their fees, and enroll new clients.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Love that. So can I have a question? Can I ask you, Chella, in that short little intro there, I caught you said increase fees. So that's something that I think we get questions about quite often, is women not knowing how to ask for the money that they deserve, negotiating rates, and really showing their value. Can you explain a little bit about how you work with people in doing that, or what's the importance of it for women?
Oh, absolutely. And this is why I'm focusing on women, because we overthink it, ladies. We just do. Right?
Yeah.
What will they say? What will they do? But what I have found is that sometimes we carry other people's baggage when it comes to our worth and our pricing,
Amen.
right? So if we
Guilty.
had an experience, somebody made fun of us, somebody didn't look at us right, I mean, and I don't believe in blame or shame, but it's once we identify and release whatever that challenge was, whatever that drama was, that's where women are able to step into their power.
Mhm.
So that's step one. What was it? What are we carrying? Right. And then once you identify and release, what were the lessons? Okay, so somebody made fun of you, somebody didn't like your curly hair, whatever that was. So it's not always about money, but it does carry over to money, right? Once we
Right.
step into and we're more confident about whatever that was, we see the lesson. Okay, so somebody made fun of you. Now, what was the lesson? And how can you carry that lesson in helping the people you work with?
Mhm. No, I think that's super important. I think that was something that you said also makes complete sense, because if you understand your own personal value, the money will come. But if you don't understand your value, it's going to be that much harder to try to explain to somebody what your value is.
Well, actually, so that makes me wonder something. Money is a big taboo a lot of the times, and in cultures and families,
It's
it's
an
not
awkward conversation.
it's not normalized in the societies for the same reason, right? Like there's the three things that we're not supposed to talk about: politics, religion, and money.
Mhm.
And because of that, how are we supposed to, bring money if we're not talking about money? How are we supposed
And,
to like be financial free if we're not even discussing it, if it's a taboo?
Mhm.
Well,
and that is so the first question was definitely a $3,500 question. And this question is a $5,000 question, because that is crucial, right? Because how can we go step into that? And the way we do that in this $5,000 question is this: we make a list of all of our trainings, certifications, experiences. As simple as that. So I'm the right amount of woo woo and practical. Because when you make this list of what you bring to the table, all your experiences, all your trainings, all your certifications, because ladies, we all know we have gone in above getting that training, getting that certification, joining that program, whatever that is. When you make a list of all of the things that you have done to prepare to get to this point, you will see, because once you have it in writing, I'm sorry, but you can't help it but to say, oh my goodness, I've achieved this, I've done all of this. It just clicks. Because when you see that, you're like, oh yeah, I'm not charging enough.
Yeah.
It's time to step in and level up my business because I bring so much to the table.
And one thing too, to that point, to what Nadia was saying, I think that culture is changing. Thankfully, I think that more and more people are starting to be more vocal about that transparency for pay. And I think in particular for tech, it's critical because most of the people that are coming forward that I've seen are from Silicon Valley or from big tech companies, and the gap between is shocking. But between a software developer, it's hundreds. I mean, I saw one where it was like one person doing the same job was getting paid $150,000 more than a woman. And it was because, and she was very open with it. I wish I remember her name, but she was saying there were several factors for it. She went in not knowing her value. She went in also not understanding the climate, or that when she went in, that like your base is really important to when you start getting, you know, additional things from there, and raises. The other person's bonus structure was better. And so I think in that negotiating phase in the beginning, that's really important. But having that transparency is also scary, because then if you come out and say something, then you don't want to get pushback from the companies. So hopefully we continue to try to change that narrative, and those taboos will become less. But unfortunately, that's definitely something that we're encountering right now, especially as women. So hopefully it continues to change, and we can do things that our next generation won't have to face this.
I definitely.
And let's take a page from negotiating. Let's say that you do have an offer on the table, and let's say that somebody counter you on that. You know, let's say that you are given an offer, for instance. All we need to do, ladies, right? All we need to do is ask, is that the best you can do? We're not saying no to the offer. We're simply asking a question. That's it. Is that the best you can do? Because when we do that, and when men are really good at asking that, right? They can add. It may not be additional money, but maybe they can add other bonuses. Maybe they can give you a percentage, right? All we need to do is we're exploring the possibilities.
Right. I think too, as women, we propagate this idea that will allow for that that disparity. You know, whichever sector of business that you're talking about, it may be in education where it's a 25% difference, or it may be in the tech space where it's 150% difference. I think as women, we do have to change that societal mindset. I think we have to stand up, and thank you for what you're doing out there and teaching people to talk about it, because I think that's the biggest factor, is just having that discussion. It may feel fierce at times. It may feel like you're pushing back, and we always have the option to say, no, thank you. But I think as women, we do often accept and think, I'll just prove myself, right? I'll work harder. I'll work smarter. I'll work faster. And meanwhile, I'm juggling a lot of other tasks, whether it be our 15-year-olds at home, or our aging parents, or our animals, or our husbands, our spouses, our partners, or something that we're doing as a hobby. So we're doing a lot of juggling. And I think that goes into our value as well, because those experiences translate into career skills. I think women have great soft skills. I think there's a lot that we do to learn beyond the training and the certifications that have value, and we forget about that. But I think ultimately it's us each accepting that it's okay to say no, and it's okay to say no, thank you. And it's okay to stand up for more. if we feel that we're worthy of it, and just getting rid of this idea that disparities are just ingrained in our society. If we don't stand up for it, nobody else will.
Right.
And I think we can be more open with each other. I think that we as women try not to be as controversial. I think that that's kind of ingrained in society and how we're raised and things like that. So I think if we're more open for each other, and it doesn't always have to be the dollar amount. It's like if your friend's applying for a new job or has an interview, and they may not know that bonus structures are out there. So it's having that conversation to say, oh, that's really exciting. What other things are there? Are you concerned about your, salary that's there? What are the additional things that you think that you could ask for, or set the metrics ahead of time to know what you're going to hit? So I think that there's other ways that we can share our experiences, and it doesn't always, especially for those that are younger than us, that just wouldn't inherently have that, and likely in their friend groups are probably not talking about that either. I think guys are more open to just like having that conversation.
Well, and that's a good point. I'm curious, Chella, do you do this? Like, is your work usually one-on-one with folks, or do you go into, I don't know, like a women's group or like a corporate office setting, or like how do you normally connect with women that you're working with?
Definitely one-on-one, but also groups, because I've been invited to speak at different uh, paid masterminds where I run women through a process, right? And so far, when I run them through the process, because sometimes we just need to know there's another way, right? And this is crucial. And yes, we need to talk about it more, but also my other passion project is for us to talk about the younger generation, where it's elementary school, whether it's middle school, whether it's high school, whether it's whatever that is. If we as women talk about it more, just open up the conversation, right? Open up the conversation about money. My favorite is asking a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old to plan a meal, right? Plan a meal, because it's going to help them, right? They're planning their favorite meal, whatever that may be. They need to make a grocery list. So that's you're teaching them preparation.
Exactly.
They need to go to the grocery store. They need to purchase the items. Then they need to come back and make the meal. There's a lot of teaching right in there. Now, I'm not suggesting that every single one of us do that, but if we even just begin to talk about, well, how much do you think it costs for us to put this meal on the table today?
Right.
And again, not because of a limiting, right? But it's if we start talking to the younger folks. And that's one of the workshops that I do. I host these workshops for high school and college students where we just have a conversation.
I think
Mostly
that's
is women.
amazing.
I think
Mostly
it's
is
important.
women. Yeah. Just
Yeah.
open, right? Which is what you ladies are doing. And
Yeah,
it's
and
better.
understanding your own value, I think, starts with also understanding the value of time, somebody's time, the value of money. Because, with my kids, I noticed, you always try to do the best that you can as a parent. But now that because I have a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old, I started realizing in the last year that me sometimes being a good mom was, and I put that in quotes, was like spoiling them. And I was always giving them things. And then now when I try to have that conversation of money with them and the value of things, because they're very, like, Mom, can I get this? Or I don't understand. You have money. Can't you just buy it for me? And they don't understand, like, I have to work my ass off for this, And so then we started having a lot more conversations at home about that. We actually use an app called Greenlight, where it's actually pretty cool. So shout out to Greenlight. I don't know anybody there. I'm not paid by them, but it allows me to put in chores, and there you can actually put values in for the chores, so that the kids can actually realize mom's not going to just give me money every time I ask for it, but if you want to earn it, sure, go in and do the dishes and you get $5 or whatever it is, and so they start learning the value of money. And I think that's so important, because even just in the last, I don't know, 6 months that I've been using it, it's made a huge difference. They actually understand that I have to work for the money I do, so you have to work too. I'm not going to just hand it.
Well, I think that's a consequence of the cashless society, right? There's not a tangible. They just see it as a card, and they don't really understand all the parts that go into filling that card. And I think too, we as parents, we get really busy. We've got a lot of distractions, and sometimes it's easier for us just to give in to the idea of taking care of their needs. And sometimes it's more really about their wishes.
Right.
Gary Vee was a speaker at a recent event that I was at, and he would, I think, agree with you that sometimes we have to remind our kids that it's okay to be hungry. And I don't mean that in terms of food scarcity. I mean that in terms of like their wish list, that they need to learn to work for it and want without immediate gratification. And Chella, sorry about that. I think it's important to start at the foundational level. Middle school and high school is so key, and we're pressuring our kids earlier to look towards career paths and what they're going to be when they grow up, and not always just be a kid. But at the same time, we don't always teach them those
I know
value
it's 5
sets.
seconds.
I
Thank you,
say I saw we've
Chella.
got 3 seconds,
Thank
2
you,
seconds.
thank
Thank
you,
you so
thank
much,
you.
Chella.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Oh, let me do this. I think that's amazing what she's doing.
And such an important conversation.
But
It really is.
I do have quite an opposite opinion in that sense. Children don't really know the meaning of money, but they know the meaning of being there for you, being present, taking care of you. So sometimes for them, it's not really about maybe the wishes, maybe more so just being there, like, going to bed or just, attending a, a theater show, whatever, like just presently being there. I think sometimes we equivalent time as money, but for children, it's not the case,
But I
depending on
think
the age, of course.
I think more what we were talking about, I agree with you, but I think we were talking more about not so much the time spent with the kids, but like when the kids say, "Hey mom, I want to get a new Xbox game." And you just go, "No, Julian, I'm not." And then, "But mom, I really want." And you're like, "Okay, fine." And you just give it to them, and they don't
Right.
understand the value of earning that
Mm,
versus, and I agree with you, like the spending time, obviously that value is much more different. I think we were just talking about the physical
right.
buying them things and that them
Mhm.
not understanding the value of that.
Especially as they get older. And I
Right.
completely agree. I saw a TED talk years ago that it was like teach your kids to be entrepreneurs.
Mhm.
And that I thought was fascinating. And you start young, kind of like with the green
Mhm.
light is what you
Yeah,
said.
green light up.
So, in addition to you putting tasks on there, I don't know if there's an option for this, but what the father that was giving this talk said, he's like, you go around and identify and see what needs to be done. Like the grass is large, the grass is long, and then they put a value on how much that is. So you learn negotiation too.
Yeah.
So then they go in and say, I think this is worth $10 because it's going to take me an hour to do it. It's like outside, it's hot. This is something
Yeah.
that needs to be done. And so they have that conversation.
That's a good point, because even it's funny when I was setting up the green light app for the kids and I was telling them how much each of their tasks were worth, my daughter was the first one. I ain't doing that for $3. And I was like, okay, then what do you think it's worth? So we had to have that conversation, because I could have just gone in and put values to all of them and she would have never done any of them, because she told me straight out, I'm not doing that for that. I was like, all right.
Well, and I think that just to take it back to what we were talking about female entrepreneurs and females, and especially even in the tech field, is there has been a shift of what a female versus male role is. And so a lot more females are getting involved in business, a lot more in the tech space. And I think that's critical as we see it. We have a lot of members and those that we're talking to for events that aren't in traditional roles these days. So I'm glad to see that we're changing that narrative. I'm glad to see that things are moving in that direction, but it's still a matter of like, what do we value? And like she was saying, make a list of your
You have
value.
a new
Go ahead.
caller.
Awesome.
And more for that after this
Brian,
call.
yeah.
I think this is a
Hello,
great
Brian.
Hi, Brian, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Nikki?
I'm good. I'm good.
That's awesome. Welcome to Owwll.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I
You've
see you're
actually
with
got,
the.
yes, Penny, Nadia, and Ashton with me today. If you're watching online, I don't know if you are.
Okay. I'm not watching online, but I heard you're doing a Tech Hub day or whatever. That's cool.
Yes, yeah. So you get 4 for the price of 1 today.
Hi,
Oh,
Brian.
wow.
The 4 of us here.
That's cool. Are you all on Owl?
Yeah.
Yep, we are all now on Owl.
We're actually,
Fantastic.
fun fact, we're actually in the studio. So we're
Yep.
all like with headsets, with mics, kind
Okay.
of like a
So you're on the Owl
podcasting.
podcast.
Yes.
exactly.
It's going to be
That's
every
awesome.
Tuesday.
We're loving
too.
it.
So I
That's
see you're
incredible.
it says you're from Ohio, Brian.
Yep, I am.
So are you in Ohio now? That's where you live?
I am. I've actually been to the Owl studio though.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
cool. I don't know why people
Yep.
from Ohio, just shout out to you guys. I always notice when somebody's from Ohio because in one of my past jobs, everybody from Ohio is just so nice.
They
I
are.
don't know what it is. So
Are you
hopefully
nice,
you're nice
Brian?
too, Brian.
So far, huh?
Yes. So tell us
Yeah,
about
Jason and I
yourself.
know each other pretty well.
Awesome.
Oh, good.
Well, I
good.
do a lot of different things, own multiple companies. Here on Owl, mostly I do business and relationship mentoring.
Important work.
Yeah, so that's one of the things we do. I've been doing both for about 15, 16 years.
And are you based here
So,
in Florida, or do you have a
no,
wish of like
I'm
where your business is held?
no, I'm based here in Ohio, but I help people virtually pretty much anywhere in the world,
Well, we're
as
glad
long
to
as they
see
can
that
speak
we're
English.
global. We're out there in the world beyond just Florida.
Yeah, absolutely.
So tell
No,
us,
that's
you were
cool. And I
saying
would
you
love to know more about your Tech Hub stuff too, because I think that's pretty cool.
yeah. Are you familiar with Tech Hub at all?
Not the South Florida branch specifically. I know there are other tech hubs, different places, and I don't know what all you guys do versus what other tech places do, etc.
Yeah. So yes, you're right. There's a bunch of different tech hubs around the country. No association to them. We're our own single
Okay.
brand.
Yeah.
But there are places around the country that obviously have a higher concentration of tech companies, tech professionals, investors,
Yeah.
startup businesses. So we represent the South Florida region. And so we
Okay.
basically work Miami up through the Treasure Coast. If you're not too familiar with this area, it's basically Miami,
Mm-hmm.
Broward, Palm Beach, and then the
Yep.
region right above, which is Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River. So those 6
Mm-hmm.
counties, we're working with larger enterprise companies, startups, their founders, investment community, the economic development offices, a little bit of everybody. But the one thing that
Mm-hmm.
connects and ties everything that we do is tech and innovation.
Mm-hmm.
And that includes what actually Ashton's sitting next to me, she can tell you more about, is the higher education, like the boot camps and the schools and the school districts, but just making sure that we're
Cool.
connecting the tech ecosystem to the right resources that they need, the right
Mm-hmm.
people, and helping them, support their businesses in whatever way that we can.
Awesome. Do you guys work with companies or businesses outside South Florida or mostly just there?
So that is actually a great question because it's drastically changed over the last year and a half or so. I'm
Mm-hmm.
assuming probably because of the pandemic, but when I first
Yeah.
started, so almost about 5 years ago now, working for Tech Hub, a huge majority, if not all of our members were either headquartered and based here in South Florida, or they had a major office or major presence. But ever since the pandemic, we started getting more and more interest from people that wanted to do business in South Florida, not necessarily are located here, and a lot of
Mm-hmm.
international businesses as well. So it's
Mm-hmm.
definitely changing. I think it's become companies that are headquartered here, have offices here, or just do business here or want to expand in South Florida.
Plus, I think, and Nikki can expand on this, I think in the past, we probably saw more true tech product companies, whether they were developing a software
Mm-hmm.
product or a hard product that involved technology. Whereas today, I don't know of many companies that don't use technology in some facet, whether it's just productivity or analytics or digital marketing, something. And a lot of companies that you wouldn't necessarily see on the surface as a tech company really have a whole crew of development and partners and vendors behind them that are developing different avenues for them to use technology. I'll use some of our members as an example. City Furniture, phenomenal organization. They're really a tech company. Believe it or not, behind the scenes, everything you see online, everything you're using for interior design, and to
Mm-hmm.
see that chair in your own living room, and even how you place the order and you track that order, and I'm sure 1,000 other things. They have
As
their
they like to
development
say, we are a
teams.
tech company that sells furniture.
Right. It's kind of like
Mm-hmm.
McDonald's. McDonald's is a real estate company that happens to sell hamburgers. So I think it's the same FPL. They're a tech company that sells energy. So I think we're seeing a lot more companies come out as a tech-driven, tech-leveraged,
Mhm.
tech-savvy company.
And I love the saying that every company is a tech company, especially today.
Yeah,
It's
for sure.
you know you
Yep.
you have to embrace tech.
So, Brian, tell us, do you work with any tech companies or do you mentor any tech professionals?
So a number of the businesses that I mentor are in the tech space in that they use AI. Some of them teach AI. Some of them create a lot of online or virtual courses on things. And so, yeah, it's a variety of different things in the tech world. I've also worked with a number of crypto companies and looked at the crypto space for a number of years too. So there is a lot of tech stuff going on. Not everything tech or crypto do I agree with. There are things that you can misuse in tech too.
Yeah, no, us
Obviously,
too.
you
Same
can run a
feeling.
scam. So yeah, you can run a scam through tech and make it, techy and make it look like you're somewhere you're not, etc. So we do have to be careful with technology, but I think there is a lot of value with technology and learning how to use it, the right way so that people actually trust you more versus, in essence, running a scam or whatever else.
Right, right. And how are you using tech in your business?
There's a number of different ways I use tech. I use some AI for generating ideas, questions,
Cool.
outlines for different companies, helping them do research and pull statistics. There's a lot of different stuff you can use AI for, obviously. I don't personally build the AI bots and that kind of stuff. There are
Right.
companies that do that. And I have, friends that run AI tech companies that, build anything from your website to, whatever, your Zoom platform or whatever else. So there's a lot of cool tech out there. But again, I don't think that I can be a one-stop shop. So I'd often refer people out to somebody that, builds their chat bot or builds their, automated answering service or, whatever it might be.
Right, right.
What's your favorite platform? ChatGPT or what do you
That's the
typically
one
use?
I tend to use the most. I know there's a lot of other ones too, but one of the things I found is usually the first one is ahead of the game, and so I tend to stick with that one.
I
Right.
just actually got on a
So
new one. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. Claude. I don't know if you guys have
Yes.
seen this yet. It's brand new.
Yes.
okay,
It's kind of amazing. Like
Yeah.
some of these
What are the
Yep.
platforms are.
differences?
Well, ChatGPT I've only used basically for just helping me,
Right.
summarize
Start
my
something.
thoughts or, create the descriptions on our Eventbrite page, things like that. But Claude does a lot of things that are written and visual, and it can build an app for you. Like it does like really, really cool stuff. Like it's
hmm
pretty
I think
amazing.
I think
the
there's
Chat
no
GPT can
boundaries.
do a lot of that too.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was using
Copilot is
Yeah,
a
Copilot's
lot.
Copilot's
I know Glenn
amazing.
talks about that one a lot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, and in the ed space, Copilot has put some boundaries up so schools can use it without the fear of kids out,
hmm
in areas where they shouldn't necessarily be or where the
Oh,
school
Yep.
that's
districts have
nice.
decided. So I think they've partnered with the school districts
Mm-hmm.
specifically. I think that's forward thinking. I know we saw a lot of hacking during COVID time with the school districts using new technology. So I was
hmm
using Dolly for
Mhm.
a class myself recently. That was amazing. Just the creative side of it,
hmm
creating artwork.
Okay, I was
Phenomenal.
curious because of
Yeah, it's
Dolly
crazy. And
makes
then
sense.
I think it was Talk AI that I used recently to do some research on a
Yep.
paper.
I
So
haven't heard of that one. You said talk AI.
Talk, yeah, I was
There's a lot of
researching
them.
some
Like
things.
Dolly, you can use right through Chat GPT.
Yeah,
Oh,
a lot of
cool.
them connect with that one.
Yeah, a lot of them connect through Chat GPT. And one of the things that's cool, and I don't remember all the different ones I've tried that are basically a subcategory or whatever. I forget what they call it now. They changed the name, but anyway, it works through Chat GPT. But you can literally tell it to create you a photo and just tell it what you want in it, what
Exactly.
colors, and
Right.
that's pretty cool. You can also tell it to create you a video. I've done some of those. Those are fun. You just change your description. If you don't like what it created, you just change it and it'll just create a new video.
It
Yeah.
certainly brings business to a whole new level, for good and for bad.
It
There's always
does.
consequences with technology, and
Yeah.
we're looking forward to later in the year. We're hosting a conference in December called Tech Palooza, and I think all of this will come out where we've got discussions
hmm
on cybersecurity and some of the consequences and ethics and legal. As much as we're excited about talking about the actual use and the adoption of technology and
hmm
how it's evolving and how businesses are evolving as they start to adopt and challenge themselves to use it differently.
Yeah. I was just
Brian, you should
thinking as
come
you
on
said,
down.
yeah, well, I think he was saying you have been here, right, Brian, to Boca?
I have been. Yeah. When is your big deal in the fall? You said
December 11th. Yeah, it's going to be in Fort Lauderdale.
December 11th.
Yeah,
Okay, because
it's
I'm coming down. I'm coming down to Florida to Orlando. There's a big Faith Over Fear business conference that I'm coming to end of October, 1st of November.
Awesome. Yeah, actually, Brian,
So.
if you don't mind, I was going to ask something about that because I noticed on your profile here, it says faith-based principles. Can you talk a
Mhm.
little bit about that? Because I know that's it's funny because Nadia was actually just mentioning that, with those topics that are, you're not supposed to talk about when it's politics or religion. So how do you mix
Mhm.
both faith-based principles into business?
So I believe there's a lot of faith-based principles like earning someone's trust, being a person of your word, and a lot of different faith-based principles, that I feel like are very important and are actually still very important whether you are faith-based or not. I think a lot of those principles, hold a lot of value, just like, treating people the way you want to be treated, the golden rule. A lot of that is faith-based. And so, learning how to love the customer, not just treat them like a customer. Just because they're a customer and they're paying you doesn't mean that you just serve them just to get the paycheck. You need to serve them because you care about them.
Right. Right.
So there are just so many different ways to look at faith-based principles. And I think that if you have a faith in a higher power, and of course mine is God, then I feel like you have a higher reason for living and you're going to treat humanity better.
Right. No, and I agree with you. And I
So,
think a lot of those faith-based principles doesn't really matter the religion or if you have one or not. I think they're just
yeah.
in general really good principles to live by. And quite frankly, as you're
Yeah.
talking, I'm thinking just make your job that much more enjoyable too, because you don't want your work to be super transactional and just, you're not
Yeah.
worried about the person at all. And I think, we're all humans and we're here for all the same reasons. It's just,
It's definitely about relationships.
yeah.
It is.
Instead of
Yeah.
transactions, it's really about building the relationship and engaging and finding what's best for both. It has to be mutually beneficial.
Right. Right.
I agree.
Yeah, I used to actually say at a past job, when we would train all the younger salespeople that would come in, we would always one thing I used to always tell them is, think of them as a person, not as a transaction, not as just
Mhm.
a paycheck,
Yep.
and that once
Yep.
you really get to know them, you should know their dog's name is what I used to always tell them, because once you know their kids' names, their dogs' names and things, then you've really connected with somebody.
Yeah.
So it's thinking of them as a human being.
And then
not
the
just-
next time you see them, ask them about their kid or their dog.
Exactly, exactly.
They know you care.
The Ritz-Carlton was great about their database, and I guess I grew up with
Yeah.
their credo, and they knew every little detail. They knew your anniversary, your birthday, what color
Yeah.
roses you loved, everything. So, just thinking, like you said, the name of your dog, something that you can carry on a conversation with them later about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing I love to do that is fun on a lot of Owwll calls, I don't know if you guys saw down in my profile that I've written a number of books, and I listed some of the most popular ones that I've written on my profile. I'm curious if you guys had those books in front of you just by the title, which one would you pick up and read first?
Let's see. Let me see if we're looking through right now.
Let me see. So I'm trying to see if I can find the books.
I think if
Did I
you
just
go
pass it?
back up with the
We're
I think
still
it's
learning.
up. It's up.
Oh, is this it? The renowned author, The Ripple Effect? Those ones,
Yep.
Brian?
Yep.
All right. So if I read them real quick. So renowned author, The Ripple Effect Mindset, Recycling Failures to Power Success, Escaping Religion Prison, Grooming and Grilling, Future Son-in-Laws. That's funny.
I'll
Keys
sign
to
up for
Ever-
that in
Yeah,
20
she's like, I'll
years.
sign up for that one. Keys to Everlasting
25
Love,
years.
Stake for Your Soul, True Emotional Nudity. Oh, that's curious. That's curious.
I think aside from the son-in-laws one, as we just talked about, I like the ripple effect mindset. I think
Yeah.
I love that concept.
I
but
think
hold
mine
on.
would be Recycling Failures to Power Success. I think.
Oh, I like
Yeah,
that
I
too.
like that one.
True emotional nudity.
True Emotional
Yep.
Nudity.
Yeah, the power of emotional intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I definitely like the
We're
the
about to lose
son-in-law one. I
Brian.
think I'd apply that to sons as well. I have one. He's 15, so trying to raise a good young man. Not just a young adult, but a young man, and really teach him what the value of life is all about. I love the recycling. I think every lesson is an opportunity for us to grow. I think I'll be taking classes till I'm 99. I'll take that year off if I make it to 100. But I think it's always about taking those skills and recycling them and trying to figure out. And my career has definitely been an evolution. I didn't intend to be where I'm at today. I never thought I'd be in tech. I got my Microsoft engineering certification many, many moons ago, and just through the years, used what I could to bring forward technology, and again, relying a lot on relationships. So I think just recycling is a good thing.
Yeah. And shout out to Brian. Sorry, because I know we lost you. We were talking as your time went out. So feel free to call us back if you want. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Great conversation.
Yeah. No, those are some interesting book topics too.
I think we could go back to our past call. I think I'd add one more. There's a book called Intuition. And I think as female entrepreneurs, I think I'll throw that one in there, teaching your daughters to trust their intuition, trust their wishes, but also, where their heart is, and just pay attention to those little clues that tell you when something may need some change.
What was it Chella that was saying too? Often women just think too much. We think into
too
things
much.
and we rethink things and we,
If
second
we
guess
trust
ourselves all the time.
Well, that also reminds me, and I was thinking about this earlier with Chella as well, the mental load, that concept.
Oh, you and I were talking about that.
Oh, yeah. We go into it a lot with
Yes.
this. There's also a book called Fair Play that Nikki and I have talked about as well, about how.
And an amazing card game to go with it.
Yes.
Ooh, what's it called?
It's
Fair
called
Play.
Fair Play, and it's it'll be very helpful for you if you ever choose to have children in the future. But
Card game.
Fair Play book and a card game. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the whole concept is how much women carry. And yes, we can do anything these days. We do work. However, a lot of those traditional roles still fall upon us. And I think one of the things that is particularly helpful is also, so we mentioned the mental load, which is essentially like, a lot of the times a spouse. Oh, and also in the book, they talked about that this is also relevant for same-sex couples as well, which is interesting. But, in heterosexual relationships, usually it's the woman. And so it's not just, oh, here's dinner. I cooked dinner. Well, it's also like I went and did the grocery store. I took like a inventory of what was needed. I took the time to cook it. I realized, oh, we didn't have plates, and oh, my son's getting home at this time and my daughter is. So it's not just cooking dinner. And I think a lot of the times women don't see, well, other people don't see all the additional things that are done as well.
I think that qualifies us as project managers. Maybe we can get a PMP certification on that one.
Oh yeah.
Well, and it's so relevant that, I was, thank you so much, because you're the one that put me onto the book, but it's opened up a lot of conversations, even with my husband and I, because you were saying yes, women do a lot, but it's not always the physical task and the physical carrying of the load. It's the mental load. And so, my husband and I had talked a lot about where he'll just tell me, just write me a sticky note and tell me what I have to do, or just make the appointment with the doctor and I'll just take them. That's the easy part.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the figuring out their school schedules and soccer schedules and when can I time it, and then calling the doctor, making the appointment, make sure we have the insurance information, and then taking them to the doctor is the least of it. So it's a lot of the mental.
I can call an Uber
getting
driver.
Right. And it's that concept that's also so important. And I think one of the things too that I loved about the book is that women naturally do this, and we are taught growing up, we see if we saw our mothers or our grandmothers, like they're the ones in family dinners, like taking out the trash, doing things, and we just silently do it. That was the concept. It's not like, oftentimes if, and obviously this isn't 100% across the board, and there are other things that things do better, but I did see this TikTok about the same concept, and I can't remember the exact term, but it was spot on. And the woman was talking about, she said, if you think of the holidays and Christmas dinner or whatever religion you practice or don't practice, family gatherings, I should say, that oftentimes the women are in the kitchen doing all the tasks, setting the tables, and the guys are like doing other things. But if they happen to make,
I know who's calling.
but if they happen to make one dish, it's like, oh, how are these guys? How was this appetizer? What is
bragging about it, right?
Hi, Mark. How are you?
Hi,
I
how are you?
recognize your name.
Yes.
How are you? Good.
Good. I figure I'd call in the last few minutes. It's
Of
been a great
course. Yeah. And I say,
conversation
I don't know
listening.
if you're watching us online or not, but I was like,
Oh, I am.
you get 4 for the
LinkedIn.
price of 1 today. So
Yes.
you're calling me,
Yes.
but you get all 4.
Hi,
Yes.
Mark.
No, I've
How
been
are you?
watching. I'm good. How are you? How's
Good,
everyone?
Good.
Good. Good.
I wanted to talk about women in tech because my wife was not in tech. I've been in tech for 25 plus years. She didn't think she could do it. And there was an opening for business development, BDR, at the company that I work for, my 9 to 5. And I spoke to one of the managers and I said, my wife is great building relationships, talking to people, but she doesn't know tech. She's like, that's fine. Have her interview. And so I opened the door for her. And my wife can sell, almost anything and builds great relationships. And now she's, I'll say this now, kicking ass as a
Awesome.
BDR,
Yeah.
and been at the company where we both work at for over 2 years.
Oh, good for
Fantastic.
her.
Thank you.
And good
Thanks
for you for
introducing
pushing
her.
her to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It's always good to stretch your boundaries and apply what you know in a different field. It builds the brain synapses. It helps keep us live, gives us some
Right.
creativity.
Yeah, and we
Like you've heard it, you can train people on product, but you can't train people on sales. That's hard
Well,
sometimes.
attitude. I think you hire
Yeah.
for attitude and you train on skills. So if she's got
Mhm.
the bones of it, it's easy. And if it's an area that she's interested in, that makes it all the better.
Right. And, I'll call it, the mid-year, 50, she's a little 51 or 52, but she made a career change.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Which is hard and scary. It's scary to any age, but I think as you get older, you start questioning yourself more whether you can do it or not.
And in our earlier conversation, we had a call earlier with someone, and she talked about the women aspect, and so we really heavily focused on that. However, to your point, it's not just a one-way street. We need men to also recognize potential in others and have those conversations and say, you should go for this. Like, you don't have to have 100% of these qualifications. You can learn it, just to
Yeah.
your point.
Great
so thank you for
advocacy.
doing that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Love that.
Yeah, there's definitely beauty in opening doors to others, even if it's not relatives or someone just in your circle. I think
Mhm.
just allowing that point of, oh, here's an opportunity. Oh, here's another opportunity. I think bringing those opportunities to people allows so much fulfillment. That's
Yeah, I think
beautiful
Correct.
that you did that.
helping someone
Yeah.
get over that fear. But as I said earlier, I think there's not a technology space that doesn't include business, and there's not a business that doesn't include technology. So, we all think about career changes, but in this day and age, you have to just look past the tech piece of it, because no matter what job you take, you're going to have to learn some new technology,
Oh,
some new software
she's
platform, something.
yeah, she's learning Salesforce,
Right.
outreach, and all the lead programs, and everything from how many different touch points, and just all new stuff. And I'm also learning because I also spend a lot of time on some Martech shows, participating and listening, and so learning a lot. But it's great. But the biggest thing I can say, I wouldn't be here where I am today if I didn't have the recruiter that said, go on the job. I know you don't meet all the qualifications, but I know what they're
Right.
looking for.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing I tell people. Yes, the job listing is what they want, the perfect candidate. But I said, if you meet 60-70% of it, go for it.
Right.
You have to do it.
It's worth the
Well,
Because if not,
conversation.
Yeah, and that's super important, Mark, what you just said, because, my background coming from staffing, we used to see that all the time where you would have 2 resumes in front of you,
Mhm.
almost identical. You can even have the female's resume that is more qualified, but they would ask like basically 2/3 of what the male is asking for.
Mhm.
Or they wouldn't, you'd give them a job description and they would say, oh no, I don't know if I can apply for that. I don't meet those, requirements. And they had 75% or 80% of everything that's on there, but there was a couple of skills they didn't, and they were scared to go for it, versus the
Yeah.
guys rarely. If they would just like, no, I'll learn it when I'm there. It's fine. I'll figure it
But-
out.
And let me ask you, Mark, how did you encourage your wife? What were some, encouragements you were
question.
sharing? Because career change, you said it yourself, is hard.
Well,
So just
I know
curious.
that she was in the retail business. Her parents had a pet boutique, so selling high-end dogs. She was always in customer service. She was selling cosmetics to the little spas and all this stuff. So I knew she had the ability to talk to people.
Right.
But she didn't have the confidence to say, well, I don't know tech, I don't know computers. I said, but you learn it. And guess what? Who does the expense reports? I do.
Right.
So I help her with some
Yeah.
things, but no, but it's hard. I'm not doing look, she's doing 99.9% of the work. I'm just giving her that little extra on some of the corporate stuff in the world because I've been in corporate.
And yeah, and I think too, what's important is that the concept of tech can be scary and it's a misnomer. Like when you think, oh, I have to code, I don't know how to code. That's like, the tip of the iceberg for what tech can be. And so breaking down that stereotype and that barrier can make a world of difference.
Oh, look, I didn't know SQL back in the day, but you know what? After 10 years and working with a product and being there for 18,
it
I learned
changed your
SQL.
world, right?
Yeah.
Changed your
Right.
world. Yeah, I think there's so many different layers, and whether you're in ops or finance, accounting, support, network operations, whatever it may be, there's so many layers. Just because you work for a technical company doesn't mean that you
Right.
have to be on the ground floor of software development. So there's a lot of different facets, and once you're there, it's like learning a new language, whether it's sign
Right.
language or Spanish, French, what have you. We all need to learn as we grow. It's what pushes us. So I think just learning that new vernacular, that new language, it's exciting. And you know what, if you find out that it's not for you, at least you learned what was. Sometimes it's a better lesson to learn what's not, and then you move on from there.
Right. Well, the biggest thing I can say that helps her is, she has a team of maybe 12 people, but she has a smaller group, let's say 3 or 4 or 5 people that they text on the side, they talk, so she has a good support group. So that's what's also, successful, is doing that, having the team, having the ability, to grow. And she also won an award. They call it the Nike Award, not the shoe, but it's like the Nike Greek goddess of, of being to push through. So she got that at our sales conference earlier this year. So she's definitely, got the recognition. But when you're at the top, everyone looks at you. Oh, you don't need extra, MQLs. You're doing well. So there's a little tension. Every sales organization has it. But you know what? She's doing good. She's charting her own course. And now, does this open her up for future opportunities? Look, she does get recruited, but you know what? She's happy where she's at for now.
I'm
So
glad you said that. One thing that I found, having touched several different business areas, is how collaborative and how accepting the tech space is as a group, especially for females. I don't know how she feels about this, but I'm imagining, I think 2 of us on this panel have worked in a similar industry of your wife's past, having worked in the cosmetic space, but it's much different. Yes, there's some friendly competition, and obviously when you're in sales, that's part of the game. But I also think that just technology in general is a very collaborative community in this ecosystem that we serve in. So is she finding that? I think you were saying that she's found some friend groups and some other females and other people in her world that she's able to share that experience with.
Yeah, and when she goes to trade shows, she makes some new contacts, new friends, and that's where she does her best, interacting one-on-one. And she will be at Tap 42 tonight as well.
Oh,
so
awesome.
you can meet her.
I was just going to say, I don't know. I think you were talking about me, Penny. I say we both have a similar background. I came also from, I started in like the spa, and for some people know now, but I used to be an esthetician. I used to be a spa director, and then started working in healthcare. So that was my whole background.
Makeup artist.
Yeah, all of that.
Well, she sold Blink Cosmetics.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, familiar.
It's funny, we've been talking for like 10 minutes about your wife and almost none of that about you, Mark.
Okay.
Hey,
All right.
Well, he's a super supportive husband.
Exactly.
So hopefully we meet her tonight for sure.
And you say you work in tech as well?
Yep.
Same company,
I do
right?
tech. Yeah, same company, Barron, big contact center, $1 billion company, 4,000 employees. So happy, to be here and happy to be part of Tech Hub, being part of Owwll, Jason, you guys. So.
Yeah, thank you so much for calling in. That was awesome.
Yeah, and I always see, Mark, your comments on LinkedIn and your likes and stuff. So thank you for that too, because you're super active online. I always see your name popping up everywhere.
Yeah, I try. I may not post all the time, but I like to interact.
Well, it's noticed.
We like to know that you're out there. Thank you for that.
Yes. Took a little vacation in May. I tell you about that. I went to Italy, went to Barcelona. That was great.
Nice.
So more stuff to come.
You and Ashton can compare notes on the map. We love that.
I hope you went to Madrid as well.
No,
next
9
trip.
ports, 9 days. Yeah, next trip.
Well, hopefully we'll see you tonight at Top 42,
Yes.
but also at the Golden Palms Awards on August 1st.
Yes.
Good talking, Mark. I know we're about
Thank
time. I always feel like we lose people. There you go. Like just in time.
Time for swap out.
I think so.
All right.
All right.
Thanks,
Well,
guys.
fun, ladies. We need to do that more.
That was so fun.
Right?
Yeah. I think that was great.
Yeah.
And then Nikki, you're gonna stay if you don't mind.
I am? Okay.
Al's not here yet.
You need some.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Do you want-
I'm good.
Okay, so go ahead.
You want some water for sure. Anything?
Sorry, guys. We're just switching out folks here.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, hey. How are you?
Below the camera. I'm gonna do a sound.
Testing. Yep, I heard you.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry. Just putting in a review.
You guys just talk.
Yep, yep.
Yep,
Hear it? Yeah, I got it.
I hear everybody.
Introduce yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can
Yep,
hear you.
I can hear you. This
Awesome.
is so cool.
Oh, wow. You want to test your sound? Talking to the mic?
It's so funny. We all come in kind of
Say something
serious,
again?
I know.
and then we all leave best
Oh,
friends.
yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
hear
you're
you.
just a little quiet. Yeah. Hi. So now we've got a new group of people in here. So again, we're going to be doing this all day. We started at 10 a.m., going all the way to 5, and then we will be at Tap 42 in Boca Raton this afternoon. So hopefully we'll get you guys some up there. Yeah, a few drinks in. So since we got a new crew in here, I'm going to just let you start. Hitomi, we'll start with you, and then we'll go this way. I'll skip myself. Well, I guess I can go because now we got
Yeah,
a
we
whole
got
new
all
set
new
of people
people,
watching.
Nikki.
I know, Nikki.
Okay,
Come on.
I know I'm not giving myself enough props here. All right. So I'll start with you, Hitomi, if you want to start.
All right. So a little bit of intro about myself. My name is Hitomi Mizugaki. I'm a chief product officer and also co-founder of Quemby. So Quemby is a technology company that specializes in cloud operation. So like people are like focused on innovation, creating software, but oftentimes overlook the most important part, which is the foundation of the software, the infrastructure. So we specialize in simplifying that. So we have done over 100 technical due diligence on software companies that are going through merger and acquisition, and we saw problems over and over again. And also we have created infrastructure for like large companies, so we know the solutions. So we say, why don't we create something simple so that anyone can consume it without the knowledge and experience? So we have that platform now, and then we launched it, and so that's what we do. That's me.
Amazing. Yeah. So if anybody wants to ask about, hey, I'm getting ready for mergers, acquisitions, investment, then there you go.
Is
So-
there a nickname, or how do you say your name?
He told me.
He told me.
It's like
Okay.
who told you? Like he told me.
Ah, I
There you
like
go.
that.
He told
Easy
me.
way to
It's
remember
easier
it.
to remember.
There you go. I
yeah.
like
She's
that.
never fielded that question before.
Yeah,
I was gonna
for
say,
sure.
so you had that like quick.
I know.
Yeah. So
Thank
again,
you.
I'm Nikki Caboose, CEO of South Florida Tech Hub. I think this is going on my third hour now, so I'm here to stick around as long as you need me.
Here you go. Here you go. Just keep drinking, pounding those down.
Yes, I've got mine here.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, once again, thank you, Jason, for having us here. I'm Allie. I'm a life coach. I help people transform their life to where they want to be and they need to be. I also have written a couple of books myself. An entrepreneur, mother of 2 beautiful daughters and 3 beautiful adults that came to my life about 5 years ago. And I love meeting people and connecting people and just trying to change this world.
I have a question for you really quick. Where's the beautiful accent from?
I was waiting for that answer. I'm like you.
I was like, I know the name and the accent. I'm like, no.
I usually say 2 words and it's like, where are you from? Well, I was born in Venezuela, but I've been here in South Florida pretty much for over 30 years now.
Nice.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
No accent here.
New York.
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah, I say coffee and water. So Rob Petrosino, I am the Chief Innovation Officer at a company based in South Florida called Peak Activity. So we do everything from e-commerce to digital innovation. So I get to work on all the fun stuff that you see about on the news. So I master all things related to artificial intelligence and emerging tech, augmented virtual reality, and that fun stuff, and work for pretty much every industry underneath the sun. So I've worked for everything from energy to government to retail. So I'm here to help demystify all the scary stuff that you read about in the news.
Knowing you were going to be on today, put that in my description specifically. I was like, AI, machine learning, spatial computing. I'm like, we got those people today.
We're here for it. We're
Yes,
here for it.
yes.
That's awesome.
Yes.
That's awesome. So are we taking calls or how are we doing this? Let's go.
Yeah, we're taking some calls. You want to call somebody? All right, let's see who we got here. All right.
I like the nail polish.
Oh, yeah, summer. So I did the neon. I was a little scared when I did this color. I was like, how is this going to come out? All right, let's see.
Go under active owls. I'll show you the whole list.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay, learning.
Just be careful because some are priced high. So
oh, I see.
also,
Okay.
Oh, there, Coach Diana. She's in Fort Lauderdale. Let's get her.
This one?
Yeah, she's only $1.
Oh,
and she's in
okay.
Fort Lauderdale. Let's make her part of Tech Hub.
Maybe she'll stop by too.
Let's invite her to Tech Hub.
Yep.
Got to get some tone.
Yay, there we go. Hi.
Hello, this is Deanna. How are you, Nikki?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
So, Deanna, you actually, today we're doing, you get for price of one, you get 4. You're actually on a live show or streaming right now. I don't know if you're watching us at all, but you've actually got 4 of us on the call right now.
Oh, how wonderful. Thank you.
Yes,
That's awesome.
yes.
So who else is on the line?
Hitomi Mizugaki.
Allie,
Nice.
a life coach.
Yeah, and,
Nice.
and Rob, I do a bunch of innovative technology work.
Wow. What
Rob's
an
gonna be
honor.
the super nerdy tech guy today on the call.
Yes, I'm the super nerd.
We need the nerds. We need the nerds.
We needed you on our first hour call when somebody asked me a question about APIs. And I immediately was like, nope, too technical.
Yes.
Nope.
Call back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. How cool.
So tell us, Deanna, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've been coaching for the past 24 years. And at this point it's word of mouth. But I thought this app presented an opportunity to be a resource to other people that could also benefit from, I guess, the experience and that I've gained over the years, and also just to gain experience myself from other people that are they're doing it out there. And so I thought this was quite innovative. And I was really interested because this is like going to a digital technology, I guess, library of wisdom, if you will. So I've been coaching different things, relationships, and people that are launching their businesses, particularly women that are moms that are looking for ways to do other things so that they can have more quality time with their children.
It's important.
Totally agree and understand. That topic itself is huge.
Definitely.
I have a group of women. It's called the Impact Sisterhood. And what we do there, it's actually to help women, to as easy as to even learn how to write a check.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised how many women, because they're so into the house and the husband and the kids and all of that, they forget how to do life on their own. Not that in relationships is important, but as an individual too. Or even the moms that are out there literally just working and don't have the time to spend it with the kids. So that's huge. I thank you for that.
Yeah, we were just actually talking about that in the hour right before this, where we had all female panel again. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. I just realized we did all the men in the morning and then I put all the women on the second one. So we were talking about, yeah, I swear I didn't do it on purpose. But we were talking about that, all the, the physical and mental load of women and all the things we have to do, and and just the stress of it, and really figuring out, like, sometimes you do need help in those things, and who's your support system, and who do you have, is sometimes you just need somebody to vent to and to give you guidance. And I think people like you, both Allie and Diana, I think are super important to have people there that you can lean on and get advice from and learn from other women and have that support system.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Creating a support system is key. I think
Huge.
previous, I guess, generations, there was a support system. There was that sisterhood. There was the neighbors and the ladies that went to temple or church, or, maybe to have tea or to play bingo or whatever. And as culture has pulled women to the forefront of the marketplace, there are other things. And so women felt, I'm 60, so I can, maybe speak a little bit about the challenges I felt when I wanted to grow in my career, but I felt guilty that I had a 7-year-old and I didn't have enough time to play with him. Or he wanted to go to the baseball game because he wanted to play baseball, and I didn't have time to drive him to the baseball game or the baseball practice. There were so many things. So I can totally relate to the women today that are in a perpetual balancing act. And how can they do that balancing act without assuming false responsibility, shame, and guilt for wanting it all?
Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing that is important is to actually help, creating this group of women or men. I got you.
It's okay. I'm okay with it.
Because at the end of the day, there's so many relationships that, women stay just, because they don't know how to do it any other way than having the men supporting the house, but it's not a healthy relationship. So that's having a support, I think, is huge. I thank all my girlfriends and the support team that I have, that I'm able to actually continue moving forward, because who better than women ourselves? And I'm sure you guys can relate too, when you guys meet each other at the bar or at church or, whatever it is, and you guys can talk manly stuff. It's the same thing with women. We know what we go through. So instead of judging each other, which is exactly what we do, as soon as we see another woman, what do? See her up and down, and instead of like supporting each other, who better than us to know what we're going through? Right. I can explain to a man, hey, I'm going through menopause, or things like that. They would not understand it. They will try to help and support as much as they can, but imagine having a sister that is actually gonna understand you a lot better. So yes, definitely, ladies, if you don't have a support team, get yourself a support team.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I have a tech company, and then back about 2-3 years ago, I was selected to be part of the women's tech group in Tampa. It's an accelerators program. And then, there's a statistics, if I remember correctly, only 2% of female-founded startups get VC funding.
Yeah.
So that
And it's
shows
even less if you're Black or Hispanic, especially
like
Black women. It's even
0.3 or
less.
something, like, ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, when I got into that, I never thought of myself being a female founder. Like, I never had the awareness.
Yeah.
But when I was in a group and share our struggles, as a female founder, I was able to really connect and then really build a great bond, and also introduce us to, like somebody who understands the struggle. And that was a very eye-opening experience, because I never had that in this journey of building a software company. So I completely agree with you. Having a like support group in the community is very essential.
Yes, yes, it is huge. How about you guys? How do you guys support each other as a man?
Oh no, we don't do that. That's not no, I think the biggest thing that I'd say related to this conversation is yes, men and women just naturally communicate a little bit differently about things, right? Like we can all probably sit in this room and on the call, right, and say, "Oh, hey, how are your friends?" When instead like a female will ask a male that, and they're like, "They're great." Right? Men are very, very surface focused when it comes to those types of relationships. So digging in and getting deeper, it doesn't really happen on the men's side that often. So that style of communication and really getting to a route or way of being able to feel comfortable and feel that trust is extremely difficult, regardless of who you are, regardless of what sex you are, what gender you are, etc. So, listen, if you have one of those relationships and you have that support network, it's so critical and so viable for you to be successful, regardless of what area of the life you're working in, whether it's work or relationship, etc.
When you just made me think of something too, because we were talking about this actually yesterday about how men, you're talking about more the kind of surface feelings of relationships where you guys can have a fight and then 10 minutes
I was
later you're
just gonna
best
say
friends. And
that.
the women are very like, oh no.
I know. I was
Her and I are
just gonna
not
say-
talking right now.
Some of my best friends to this day are guys that I've had fist fights.
Started with fights.
So,
Yep.
so it's just how we are.
Well, so at one of my past jobs, and hopefully that person's not listening because they'll know who it is immediately.
Bob.
Yeah. It was all the top salespeople and stuff went on this, trip that the company provided us, and they did, the guys did golf, the women's did the spa day, and one of the guys comes back with a black eye, and we were like, how, first of all, it's a work trip. Second of all, how the heck does this happen on the golf course? Two of the guys got in a fight, one punched the other one in the eye and came back, but they're best friends. They were laughing it off. I'm like, if she punched me in the face, I'm like, but I don't know. Yeah, guys are very different in that aspect for sure.
That's a great point to learn, I think, as a woman, because no, we're not gonna get into a fist fight,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
like if we have a disagreement on something, it's so much better to actually just be like, whatever. What are we having for dinner?
Right, just let it go.
And just letting it go. I am gonna say something else, and I don't know if I'm gonna open a can of worm.
Please do. Please do.
No comment. No comment.
In my
Diana said
universe,
do.
there's room. There's emotional intelligence room for the conversation.
Yes. Okay. So I do believe, and I'm always talking about this. Yes, I love women. I love to support them. I love to make sure that they grow as a woman. All of these amazing things. But I'm also reminding them and reminding myself, because I am married, to make sure that you always remember that there is a king and there is a queen. And even though the woman can have an excellent position and he can be, a badass, she still has to remember that the king is the king. So that's I think that's a little tricky for a lot of people. So it's a subject itself, but
yeah.
Don't cast those eyes in this direction. I have no comment on any kings or queens in any relationship. I wouldn't know any better if I did. So,
And I just realized, Jason, if you're out there, because your phone's says low battery. See if I can't see if it's connected. I have a portable. Oh, do you?
I know he usually has like a
plugged
charger.
in, but I don't see where it's plugged into. It's this one.
Yes, it is.
hey, the joys of being on a live podcast.
I
Everyone.
know. I'm like, I just don't want the
Hey.
phone to die.
This is real.
Yeah, this is as real as it gets.
Jason, are you out there? Your phone says low battery. I just don't want it to die.
Okay. Which that one?
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's good. I have another
Sure?
one. Yeah.
Okay, because it just came up
Oh,
low
we're gonna
battery.
go this back. Go
Yeah. Like I just don't want it to. Okay.
We're gonna substitute Al. Al's gonna come in where you are.
Okay. Yeah.
You want to stay at the table? We could get another stool and you can hang out the whole time.
Whatever you want me to do.
Nikki.
It said 20%.
And it says SOS. Does it mean anything? Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. I have another one charged and we'll flip it when it's
Okay.
fine. But keep going. Keep going. I'm just gonna.
Nikki, I say you stay, so it'll be 3 against 2.
Oh yeah.
I'm all for. It will be 4 against 1. What are you guys talking about?
Into a
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm okay.
Poor Rob. Poor Rob.
I'm okay with this. What do you guys want to talk about? Let's talk about how terrible I am. Let's just get right into it.
Just vent all the things you've done in your life terrible. Just go ahead.
So this one time when I was like 4,
Okay, we gotta go.
Yeah.
I threw my sister's fish down the stairs. It was okay though.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was. I didn't know what was going on.
You
I
were
know.
4. How do you remember
Exactly.
that?
Oh my
I just been
God.
told a lot that I did it, so it's fine.
Yeah,
Aw.
that's perfectly fine.
I would have been so traumatized.
It's still that trauma as much
Yeah,
as possible.
trauma
Yeah,
button.
I'll move in.
Do you dream with the fish?
No.
Okay, good.
No.
That's all.
No,
Oh, come in.
I don't want to share the mic and do all that. It gets okay. I've been on video all morning.
I don't mind.
Yeah.
All right.
Do your thing. I'll come another Tuesday. Okay. All right. I'll see you. Unhook me from your phone.
Yeah, I'll unhook
Bye.
Okay.
All right. What else? Who
That's
else?
Let's find someone on that app. I'm not telling you anymore. That was enough. You guys already ridiculed me for not knowing.
Yeah, I want to
someone
keep
I was
those in my
for.
back pocket.
Those are
I'm sure
Tab
we've got
42
some. I'm
stories.
sure we've got
yeah,
some
exactly.
good sibling stories because we were all girls growing up in the house too. So
Ooh.
yeah.
I grew up with 3 boys, so
Did you?
don't let the prettiness
Are
scare
you
you.
the
Fool you.
baby with all the boys, or
Yeah, but I was who can climb that tree? I was the first one on the tree.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This is a super tomboy house of women. Us too.
There you go.
Let's see. Who are we gonna call? All right. I like his little owl. Let me see. We could do this, right? $4.
Yeah.
Cool.
You just
Yeah.
paid $4. You're good to go.
Okay.
$4 is.
It's Monopoly money. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not even-
You make money, you spend money. That's why it's
We're
on
calling
Monopoly. There's no real cost.
Demarcus. I liked his little owl logo he's got around his headshot. Hi, Demarcus.
How you doing?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Great. Just enjoying my off day.
Good. Good. So I don't know if you are watching us online or not because we're actually having an event at Tech Tuesdays with Owwll. So you're actually getting 4 for the price of 1 today. So you're actually on video with us, and you've got 4 people here.
How y'all doing?
Good. Good.
Very good.
Very good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm enjoying life, man. I'm good. How y'all doing over there?
Good. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Demarcus.
Oh, my name is Marcus Brewster. I'm a brand ambassador on the Owwll App. I've been on the Owwll App for 2 years. I'm a podcast. I'm an author who's working on his 5th book.
Oh, nice.
And I'm a father of 3 amazing children. I love to put this in there. I'm with a company called Herbalife. I'm on a mission to help people live a healthy lifestyle because that's what I'm about.
So tell us a little bit more about your books.
Oh, my first book is titled From the Hood to the Church. That's on Amazon. I did the ebook titled From the Hood to the Church Annotated. That's on Amazon as well. I got a children's book titled Dad, Where's My Fish? That's on Barnes & Noble online store. And I got another children's book titled Diamond and the Baby Husky. The reason why I named this book Diamond and the Baby Husky, just because I had a sister that is deceased and her name was Diamond. So I was like, I'm gonna dedicate a book to her. It's a children's book. She's the main character. And in the book, my oldest daughter, well, my only daughter, Damani, she's playing the veterinarian. And I don't want, the link is on my Facebook page. It's a pinned post. But my 5th book I'm working on is a part 2 of my first book called From the Hood to the Church, part 2, why I chose spirituality over religion. And I ain't throwing no shots at nobody who's part of religion. It's just my personal reason why I decided to get on a spiritual journey.
That's awesome. So are all your books children's books?
No, I have 2 children's books, and the first 2 books are memoirs or biographies.
Oh, okay. That's very cool. So how did you end up becoming a brand ambassador for Jason and Owwll?
Wow, it's just, I don't know, like, the thing is, I'm gonna be real, I'm not even a social media influencer. Like, if you look at my social media, I don't have that many followers, but I know to refer people to the Owwll App. And if it weren't for my sister, well, my guy gave my sister loyalty who referred me to the Owwll App, I wouldn't have been on the Owwll App. But now, let me just bag all of it. If it wasn't for Jason Hill creating the Owwll App, I wouldn't be a brand ambassador on there. I always got to give him his homage because I tell everybody, you wouldn't be no brand ambassador if it wasn't for Jason.
Shout out
And
to
the team.
Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, seriously. Thank you, Jason. I mean, in the room with us right now, too. So
Yeah, you might not be able to see him, but he's here.
That's awesome. I love that you wrote books, and after writing a couple chapters and a couple books myself, there's one thing that I'm always telling everybody: make sure you write your legacy. We all have a story, and guess what? Go ahead.
I tell everybody that went through something in life, I was like, y'all got a story to tell, especially if y'all overcame anything in life. Y'all got a story to tell. Everybody like, well, I'm scared. Man, look, your story is not for you. Your story is for somebody else.
Exactly. Yeah. I remember when I wrote the first book, I thought it was all about myself and how I was sharing the story. And um, after I have a couple women read my book, they were like, "You saved my life." And now I see that there is light at the end of the tunnel. And I never thought I was going to do that. I thought I was just writing my story, one of my stories. So, yes, write your story is not for you, it's for someone out there that needs to hear it, that needs to read it, and it will make a huge impact in their life.
You never know what nobody is going through. Like your story can probably help somebody from stop committing suicide. Because in my first book, I dealt with suicide, the thoughts, and I actually try to commit suicide. So you never know how your story can affect somebody else. So that's why I love sharing my story. I don't mind sharing what I went through and what I overcame. If it's not helping me, it's helping somebody else.
No, you're very right on that. I mean, I think even for me, I've always had, I've always had an imposter syndrome with being a non-technical female in tech, in leading a technical organization, and I always felt like people didn't care about my story, didn't really, I felt like I didn't have as much to share. But every time I would get off a panel or some kind of discussion at an event, women would come up to me and say, "You're doing what I would love to do, and I'm just watching you grow," and so and not even realizing that people are paying attention. So I feel like that your story is very important, and a lot of times, like you said, it's for the other person, not so much you.
And we're very happy that you're here today. So thank you for your courage and thank you for all your support, your stories, because it is powerful.
Thank you, though. Thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to be on Tech Tuesday.
And you also mentioned something that is huge. Sometimes we're so afraid of doing things. But what if we don't call it afraid, but just like excitement? Changing the words can mean so much, and you can be excited about writing a story. Yeah, we didn't know how to ride a bike, but we learned. We don't know how to write a book, but we learn, especially with all the technical support that it is out there right now. So write a book.
Yeah. Well, it's all about not knowing, right? That's what fear stems from. It's
Everybody fears the
that
unknown.
unknown portion of it, regardless of what it is or what life brings you. It could be switching a job, it could be a new piece of technology, it could be anything underneath that sun. That unknown is what people get really, really scared of, and it's trying to find a way through that.
Yeah.
When I
And we were
first wrote
talking
my
about
book,
that
like
earlier. Oh, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
know,
Go ahead, DeMarcus.
I don't know. When I did my first book, like I was lost, but made it easy for me. I came up with the title first, then I did the chapters. And I just went from there. I tell everybody, like, if you want to write a book, this how I make it easy for me. I came up with my title in the chapters. And can't nobody tell your story better than you can.
Right.
Well, that's how I look at it. And that's why I just made it easy for me to be working on my fifth book. Like my fifth book, I already got the foundation. I got the title, the chapter, each chapter breakdown. I got everything. I just got to put my thoughts on paper.
Exactly. Yeah, and we were talking about that in the last hour session too, is that, because that's when we had all the female up here, and most of us were non-technical. Penny, that was sitting here was the only one that I think was more technical, but was saying it's often that, like Rob was saying, the fear of the unknown. But once you do something that scares the crap out of you and then you accomplish it, that gives you the confidence to go after something else that scares you and accomplish that. And it's just baby steps and just accomplishing one at a time. Like often I think we have these big grandiose ideas of where we want to be and what we want to do in our future and thinking, oh man, I could never get there. But sometimes it's just that small baby steps, that incremental steps to get there. And then next thing you know, you're like, oh, how the heck? Like I have it all the time. Like I tell people all the time, even with just being CEO of South Florida Tech Hub, if you asked me 5 years ago when I started, I would have said, I don't even want it. I could never do that. And so I just think it's just, getting over your fears one by one and having and a support system, having people around you tell you that you can do this and I'm your advocate and let me know if you ever need any help or, guiding you to the right resources, because I think that's super important. Is you can believe in yourself all you want, but sometimes having the right people around you, makes a big difference.
Well said, Nick.
And when I heard,
Well said.
can I say something, Miss Nikki? When I heard the word fear, it's an acronym, feeling excited and ready. That's when I heard the word fear. Like fear is like facing everything around, facing everything arise. But now I look at fear like feeling excited and ready, because when I step into unknown territory, like me becoming an author, I was fearful because I didn't know where to start. But once I was excited though at the same time, because you gotta feel it. But you wanna, most people when they go in unknown territory, they just they freeze up. But me, I love pressure. I love facing a new challenge. I love coming against a new challenge because it makes me a better person.
And did I catch that, DeMarcus? You said, just for anybody that might not have heard it. So you said fear,
Fear
you've changed
is
into the
feeling.
acronym. Say it again.
Oh, fear is feeling excited and ready.
Feeling excited and ready.
Feeling excited and ready.
I
That's
like
awesome.
it. I like
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
I wrote it down.
Yeah.
Y'all
Yep.
can use
Rob
that.
already wrote it down. I love that. So is there anything else, DeMarcus? We've got about a minute left of the call. Is there anything else you would like to share with us or even ask from the panel? You've got both life coaches, both technical. I'm not technical, but anything you want to know about South Florida, the tech community, but you've got some pretty cool experts sitting here.
Say y'all keep doing what y'all doing and keep being amazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
I appreciate that. You do the same. I can't wait for the new book to come out. I'm excited. I'll follow you on the Instagram. We already pulled it up on the cast, so everyone saw it. I appreciate what you're doing out there. And listen, and what's kind of crazy is that your energy is definitely contagious, for sure.
Palpable. You can
It's
feel it.
definitely feel it. So keep that energy out there, and we're happy to have you on the app for sure.
Appreciate it, y'all. Enjoy the rest of y'all day on this tick too.
You too.
And
Thank you,
remember,
DeMarcus.
Take care.
fear
Thank
is
you.
feeling excited and ready.
Yes.
Feeling excited
got
and
it.
ready to go.
Let's go.
Thanks, DeMarcus. It's interesting. Okay. Sorry, I'm doing. Gotta give everybody.
Don't worry, we're all just staring at
props
you.
here.
Yeah,
I
no,
know,
don't
everybody's like,
worry.
"What is Nikki doing?"
We're just gonna focus on you. Don't worry.
And plus, don't make fun of me because yes, my kids still make fun of me where I'm that person that texts like this, and they're like,
Oh.
"Really, Mom? I can't do the."
No.
I tried it. Does
we
that
can
show
get
my age at all? I'm not that old, I swear, but I just
we get
can't
you a little
type.
like Bluetooth plug-in
I know, where
clicky
I can
keyboard
just-
for your
I
phone.
need like a talk to text for me. I'm like,
I think there is something to be said though about this. You know, we started off with this idea of like talking about relationships and what that means for like spaces where people can feel trust, and now we kind of evolved that into having someone talk about, you know, the fear that happens. And I think a big part of that is like the little steps that you take, and y'all are going to be able to speak to you specifically are going to be able to speak to this far better than I am. But if you take a little step forward doing anything, it's much better than just kind of staying stagnant, right? That even the most incremental small step, if you kind of build those steps on top of each other, whether it's your tech implementation for DevOps and you have to re-platform a whole solution, or you want to change your marriage and what that's like, those little steps forward are really, really big and important.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that he mentioned too, it's the unknown. And we always talk about the unknown. But what is the unknown? The unknown is not knowing something. So how about you go and know, educate yourself, you know?
Well, you said is rechanging your mind frame and the word fear, because the word fear makes you feel like it's this big dark hole where there's a monster sitting there, versus it could be something super exciting and changing the way you think about it. Like, what's down there? Let me see what's exciting, getting involved, versus like, oh my God, it's something that's going to hurt me or harm me or in some way. Like, it doesn't always have to be bad.
Yeah, it's like my husband says, everybody wants to be a millionaire. But do you know what it takes?
Yeah.
You know, and then a lot of people are like, oh yes, I know that I want to be a millionaire, but then if you tell them you have to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning and you have to go deal with this person and you have to, I don't want to be a millionaire.
Yeah.
You know, so at the end of the day, it's like just go and find out, just educate yourself, because when you get the information, then you might even not even want it. You know, so Anita's calling.
Yeah.
Should get 4 for 1.
Hi, Anita.
Hello. Hi, Nikki. How are you?
Good. How are you? Say, I know who Anita is, and I recognize she has a beautiful accent. Tell everybody
you.
who
I
you
thought
are,
I'd-
Anita.
Where are you from?
I am just up the road, actually. I don't live far from Nikki, so I'm on West Palm.
Anita,
Tell us, where's your accent from?
I'm from London.
There you go.
There we go.
Anita, it's good to talk to you again. This is Rob Petrosino. We
Hi,
chatted.
Rob.
Oh, so you know
I know,
Anita too. Good.
I know Anita well.
Yeah. I was trying to jump on earlier, not to be rude to anyone else on the panel, but I wanted to sort of catch up with the ladies on the panel. Yeah,
All right, see you later,
the
Anita.
hour before.
Poor Rob.
Sorry, Rob. Sorry, Rob.
It's all right. I'll just
No.
stay an extra hour. It's fine.
That's it.
Well, it's a good job you're a nerd, because we like nerds, so it's good.
Rob, just know that you're gonna learn so much.
I have so much to learn. I'm here just
you're gonna have
absorbing.
fun.
Yeah, exactly. Anita, kick it
Yeah,
over to you. What was your question?
I just wanted to jump on. I just downloaded the app. I've just joined Tech Hub. I'm just getting to know Nikki, and I just wanted to say hello. This is great, and doing uncomfortable things, and all of those good things.
Yeah, Anita, you are calling it perfect timing because with us talking about, getting comfortable being uncomfortable,
Yeah.
I mean, you're in that situation, right? I mean, you're not new to tech. I mean, for anybody that doesn't know, and hopefully I'll let you talk more about it, Anita, but Anita's been in tech for a long, long time, but coming, to a different country and now trying to start her own business. I mean, it's scary, right? But you're a prime example of what we were just talking about, of not letting that stop you. Do you want to talk a little bit about, what you're doing and about your business, and just tell us, for everybody that's listening and watching, what you do?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So I am a trusted technology advisor. As you said, I've been in the industry for around 25 years or more. Really predominantly infrastructure, networks, now going into more security, AI. But what I do is I help businesses procure technology, ensuring that the right infrastructure is in place with the right vendor or partner, ensuring that that they choose the right company to go with, and that's what I do. And I work for free, really. I love what I do. I did it in the UK for 12 years. I sold my business, and I'm just replicating what I did in the UK here in South Florida. So it's an exciting time, and I'm loving being part of Tech Hub and the South Florida tech community. I get to meet great people like you, and I've met Robert as well, and listened to one of his AI talks down in Fort Lauderdale at your, was it DevCon in February or March?
Yep, it was at DevCon.
Yeah, and so we connected, and there's so many great people here to do business with, to learn from, and it's such a growing community, and it's collaborative. As we talked about, Nikki, it's just incredible. So yeah, I'm just excited to be here and grow my business as well, and grow everyone else's business as well with technology.
No, that's amazing. And I just realized as you said that, it was the leadership lunch at SoFlo DevCon. You guys connected, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
we
I
did.
remember that.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and I was just thinking also, as Hitomi being another, female co-founder in South Florida. I mean, can you talk about it all? Just, getting started here in South Florida and some of the resources, because you were talking about earlier being a female founder.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yes, we started as a dev agency, building software for other companies. But my co-founders and myself, like, we are specialized in DevOps and creating an infrastructure for software. So we start specializing that. And meanwhile, we are a self-funded startup. So we did, as I mentioned earlier, over 100 technical due diligence on the companies. And I learned, what are the pain points of these companies. And then, as we are building, we focus on the cloud native technology, the technology that runs specifically on the cloud, and also open source technologies. And then the one of the struggle we had was that, all the small communities are all over South Florida and kind of working in silos, and then didn't see the centralized community. And then that was a little bit challenging for us. So we kind of went outside and looked for community outside of Florida. And now, as our business becoming more stable and now have product and have more visibility, we kind of came back to South Florida because we saw that the maturity of the ecosystem here, and also had the foundation to build the open source technology community here. So, that's my journey. And, as a woman, I'm so lucky that my partners and in my environment, they're so supportive. So that's why I never feel that, there's a barrier for me to, go for it and work in tech industry. And so, yeah, that's my journey and where I am now.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
Anita, did you have any other questions for anybody else on the panel here too?
No, well, I'm looking forward to seeing all of you later on. I'm hoping to come
Are you
down
coming?
to Boca. That would be amazing.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes. So hopefully I'll catch up with you. But no, just on the other point is that it's incredible being a woman in technology these days. I think there's a lot of support within the community. And I think from when I started way back when, it's a slightly more easier journey and process right now. And we are, celebrated within the tech community now. So I'm really grateful for that as well. But yeah, no, it was great speaking to you, and it's a great app as well. I've been looking through it, so yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys later.
Anita, you know, in this community, we're all best friends. So I am going to be calling you because I am going to London in a week and a half. So you can tell me where to go and where not to go.
Absolutely, absolutely. I am happy to give lots of recommendations. London is great, and they're having great weather there right now. So, yeah, so you will definitely enjoy. So I'll be there later, so we can catch up if you're around later as well.
See, there you go. You call for work and leave with a personal connection.
Yes, I love that. And
That's what it's all about.
And yeah, Dina, on to your point as well, absolutely. I think it's not all about work and it is about business and things, but it's also about building a great community and friendship and network and learning from each other and sharing what we have and moving with that. So I totally agree with that. Yeah.
Exactly. We were just talking a little bit about that earlier where, people work with people they like and people they trust, and it makes your job so much easier if you like the people that you work with. So yeah, I mean, and I know we went to brunch last week, so I know you're a French toast eater now, Anita. So we're gonna have to do that again because I'm a big French toast eater. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a massive foodie all over. So yeah.
I'm definitely calling you now.
I can definitely recommend amazing restaurants in London and everywhere else. So yeah.
That will be wonderful.
Listen, worst case scenario is that the tech stuff doesn't work out. Anita's just going to go into food tourism.
Yeah.
It sounds like. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I could do my own blog,
There,
foodie. Yeah.
there you go.
Absolutely.
Side hustle.
We've had a lot of
Techie
travelers here
nerds
on the show.
around town
Yeah.
eating. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Okay, well, guys, have a great day. I hope it's all successful, and we'll catch up with you later.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Anita.
Anita.
See you soon, Anita.
Nice to meet you
Bye-bye.
guys. Take care. Bye.
Imagine if we changed the word work for doing what we love.
Nope, but it locked me out.
What do you do? What I love.
I'm one of the people that quite literally can say, I get to work on. I have the greatest job on the face of the earth.
There you go.
Love what I do, and it is 100% my passion in life, which is awesome.
No. I'm
Oh
like,
my
I don't know how to
God.
work this thing.
Swipe up.
What's the password? 111.
That's why she's like
I'm like, how do you? Yeah, I'm trying to get to the password. There we go.
Having a panic.
Okay, we got a little bit left.
Yeah, people ask me, what do you do?
Yeah.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, whatever it takes. 100%.
Yeah, you know, I have a son. I have two little children, and then I'm raising them like Montessori style. And
Oh, okay.
Yes, and then they use the word work when they get to do something and focus on something. We say, okay, let's get to work. So I'm kind of approaching a different way. Work as a positive experience, something you get to do, and then something that you can accomplish. So work is not something like negative, little like heavy. So that's what I'm doing with our kids now.
Yeah, and that's huge. That's what we were talking about, earlier about just switching the words and because we already come with the file of what they taught us these words mean. So automatically you hear the word fear, and it's like your mind goes into the file of being scared.
Yeah.
So if you actually can change the meaning of the words, that alone is powerful.
Hi, Daniel. How are you?
I'm doing remarkable. Happy Tuesday again.
You too. I was
Happy
going to say this is
Tuesday.
2 times today. Are we going to get a third later?
Maybe we'll see.
You never know.
See,
It's aligning.
I am loving the conversations here. And I
Have you
love
been
the
following
fact-
us all morning?
I have.
Oh,
I have.
good.
The
I like
conversation
it.
about relationships has just been an ongoing theme, and I
Yes.
absolutely love it because that's how we teach our kids. Old school style of building relationships is the new cool school.
Yes. Yeah,
Absolutely,
exactly.
100%.
Yeah.
And
in all of our conversations, it seems like relationships has been a big topic today.
And
That's
it's
awesome.
huge because relationship is not only about a man and a woman and having a relationship. It could be a friendship. It could be all kinds of work. Shit.
Yeah.
So it's everything. Relationship is everything, and we don't even know how to do it. I mean, we don't come with a
Doesn't come with a
book,
manual.
a
Yeah.
manual. How to have relationships, but you definitely have to educate yourself and learn more on how to have a healthy relationship.
Yeah. And I know, Daniel,
And I-
you were the one earlier asking some good technical questions that we were talking about. I said
Mhm.
you have some 2 tech folks on here now too. So if you want to pick their brains, you've got the right people on too.
Actually, I wanted
Very
to
low.
share something
Sure.
remarkable. You know, I pushed myself so far away from AI, and I finally found a use for me. I grew up writing software when I was 8 years old, and when I was 10, I also got into music. So I've checked out a lot of the AI music, and at first it was just kind of, this is AI. But as of late,
it's been good.
Our autistic son, we have 6 adopted children,
Who?
and our autistic son was sitting there one day just stimming. That's when they're kind of maybe uncomfortable with the situation and they're trying to cope. So he was stimming, sitting there saying, I'm loving it. He saw a McDonald's commercial. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. So he just kept saying, I'm loving it. And I thought to myself, wouldn't it be cool if we could put a song together with 20 plus brands of slogans throughout the years from 1980 forward and just come up with a song? And I did it. It's just a song called Slogans.
Oh, that's cool.
And the core, I'm going to see if I can try to play it through here. I don't know, but the chorus has 7 brands in it. And it says, if a caveman can do it, I'm loving it. So that's Geico and McDonald's right there.
Yeah.
Let's go places and we can think different. That's Toyota and Apple. Let's open happiness, Coca-Cola, because we're forever faster when we are young. And then it says Silly Rabbit, tricks are for kids.
Got all the
I'm going to
brands
see
in
if I
there.
can play it.
Daniel,
I actually played yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, are you attempting to break every copyright law underneath the sun?
Oh,
In a
absolutely.
single song?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But I'm not
Yeah.
selling it for anything. Just, just to bring people together.
No.
Because
just kidding.
like you, I absolutely love what I do. And I feel like I'm having fun every minute of my life.
Well, that's how it should
Absolutely.
be. Yeah, that's how it should be.
Yeah.
It's a life
Let
well
me see
lived.
if I can. It is. I'll see if I can switch it over. And I'm going to try to pull up the Facebook stream again. And if you guys can hear the music, just give me a thumbs up. It's not starting yet, but I've got to go back and pull up the live feed here. There we go.
So
go
Daniel,
ahead.
give us a get that try to run, and then I got a question for you. Did you use any AI or did you write it yourself?
Suno.
Oh,
I wrote the lyrics.
Okay,
I
good.
wrote all the lyrics. I think I put out over 1,000 different versions of this, and then just picked the one that I thought was going to be good, and just manipulated it a few times to get the right sound, and then edited they call them stems, all the different types of like the chorus and the instrumental, the bass, all that you can break out, and then you have to adjust the levels. So you kind of have to know what you're doing, or you're just going to get a song that's just all one volume.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All
right, let's see what happens.
Let me go to my settings and audio, and you're not gonna hear me, but you'll start to hear the song.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, we are going out.
The suspense is building.
I know. Do we all just like bob our heads like we hear it? Really dupe them.
See, his phone's gonna die.
He said it's not, so I don't understand how not.
Daniel, if you're with us, we don't hear anything.
Not yet.
That's okay. Not a big deal.
Well,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just great.
Go ahead. It's called. Yeah. Let me turn off my.
Make sure you throw the link
I was just gonna say,
onto
if you throw it in the
comments
chat or
for
something,
sure. Throw it in the chat. Throw it on
Mhm.
all the social media platforms.
Sure.
Obviously, I'll stream and listen as long as we don't get
Yeah.
sued. But
No, you won't. You won't. I mean, I actually, this is cool. I'll take 15 seconds. I got to talk to McManus Wooden. He was the longest running Geico caveman. He absolutely loved it.
Oh, wow.
I'm sure.
Absolutely loved it. And he's University of Southern Indiana school teacher now. He teaches English, ironically.
Hopefully not dressed up like the caveman.
No.
But I think that there's a really important thing here. Is like you have a relationship with not only each other, but you have a relationship with a brand, and you can 100% have a relationship with technology, right? Dan, you started the call
Yes.
with, hey, the AI was awful when I first tried it, right? And I
Yeah.
think that we can have those relationships with our technology, whether it's something that we use out of the box and experience every day, e.g., Android versus iPhone and putting in a password, or
me like
or we're on like an AWS cloud infrastructure system and they're like, well, we got to move over to GCP because GCP is HIPAA compliant, right? It doesn't really matter. There's always that
Yeah.
level of relationship, and you can have the fear, you can have the uncertainty, and you can have all that stuff. So I think it's a good way to
we
tie
were
everything
talking about
together.
the other day, the fear of using different technologies, and people think that if you go towards it, you have to stick with it. You can break up with technology too.
Yeah.
If there's a platform you
yeah.
don't like it, you can break up with it.
But the same things
Yeah.
that manifest in that relationship of being afraid to leave a piece of a relationship that you're in is the same thing that happens with tech. Well, I've been on this technology for so long. It has all my information. I don't want to go out and find a new technology that has to learn how I like my French toast in the morning. Like it's like all those things are real.
Same thing. The way you do one thing is the way you do everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking as you were talking, Rob, the analogy, we're continuing with the analogy. And I'm like, well, actually, if you need like a life coach or you need like some kind of psychiatrist, there's APIs and integrations, and there's people that can help you too in this relationship. I'm like thinking, how long can we make this analogy go?
Yeah, we can go at least another hour.
Yes, for sure.
Nikki, you might have to go for another hour. So Daniel, I got a question for you. You do 30-second songs. You gave us the first off, kudos to you having 6 children overall.
Amazing.
That's absolutely incredible. Like I can't fathom one, and you have 6. So kudos to that.
I couldn't even fathom one. Thank you.
Okay.
I couldn't fathom one because I grew up in foster care in a very abusive home. And
I'm sorry.
it was my wife Tina that really she just reaches into your soul and capitalizes on the best parts of you. And I never wanted to do it, and she just held my hand through the whole thing. And I couldn't see my life any different now. They are my biggest teachers, my wife and our kids.
Well, now you got
Talk about a support team.
I know, seriously, right?
That alone, I'm sure in your life that had to be such a change, because you were so afraid for everything that you went through, and then you find this woman that is like, no, we're gonna do this together, and then here you are. I'm sure that's a trauma that somehow it was healed,
right?
Because now you have such a joy of having all your kids. Wow, talk about a support team.
And I was thinking the love of your love of music too, because we were actually having this conversation. It was a family member of mine. We were talking about how, the love of music and art and all of that can actually help very much with people that are going through depression or autistic or whatever it may be. So I think your love of music and also being a foster parent, I think is amazing because they tie very well together.
And I have 10 seconds left, and I want to thank you guys so much. And I know you'll hear the love come out through this song, and you'll laugh. So thank you.
Of course,
Thank you for calling in
so much.
It's awesome.
I love that.
I
I
love.
was just thinking, I got 2 and
Yeah.
Listen,
no.
It's cheaper by the dozen.
Yeah, but you gotta play like zone defense when it's just like you and your partner, and you're like, well, we got 2 hands each, and there's 6 of them.
Yeah.
So you gotta
Once you're outnumbered, that scares me.
Yeah. Once you run out of hands, I feel like.
Well, that's not kids anymore. That's a football team.
You got to see it like that. It's all the good stuff that come with it. And you know what? They do entertain each other. And it's actually, we have 5 altogether. And
that's a lot too.
But everything is balanced, and the way that you educate them and the way that you handle the situation.
Yeah.
And having 6 kids, don't forget to always have time with your partner. That's a must. You need it.
Yeah.
Dates. Go out on a date.
Because unfortunately, at that point, it starts to become, a lot about the kids and the family, and sometimes you forget about your partner and how you guys got started. A lot of times before the kids were even there.
You choose your partner, not your children. Isn't that the phrase that goes around all the time?
Yep.
Or the other way around. You know, the women actually pick the kid, and then she wants to come back when the kid it's 18 and out of the house, and the husband like, who are you? You know.
Okay, cool.
All right, rotating here. I think
We're good.
Yeah, we good?
We're having fun.
Yeah.
YouTube come first, so it's easier.
Okay. All right, we're doing some rotating here.
I love this.
Anyone out there, just reach out to us. Hit us up on the Owwll app. We're here for you.
Sounds like a plan.
So we were talking before, and I'm going to give you this one because I didn't get to say this one when we were talking. My favorite like analogy idiom related to like personal development is anxiety is just a conspiracy theory against yourself.
Mhm.
Like unfounded, not really based in a little bit of truth, maybe not the whole thing.
Yep.
But it's just making yourself more and more anxious about something that may not even be real.
And actually, there's a huge percentage that some of the time, or even most of the time, whatever it is that you're thinking will never even happen.
100%. 100%.
Yep. And we were made to actually experience every feeling.
Yeah.
Just don't be afraid of it.
Yep.
I always tell my anxiety or any of my feelings, come on, sit down, have a cup of coffee.
Let's
what
talk
do you
about
want from me?
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's talk.
All right, I think we're out. I think we're out of here. Yep.
Will I get in here? Jason, plug this in here. Okay. So just do like 1 hour. Test.
And then just go right onto the app. And I'm promoting the Owwll app on my shirt. Because I didn't wear my jacket. It's in the car.
Okay, just stay there. Go ahead, grab it.
It's just the four of us, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll intro. What's up, everybody? It's Jason Hill, the founder of the Owwll app. Okay, we're doing a substitution over here. You guys see Dennis's profile up at the top. He is going to be the new host for the next hour. So go ahead and follow him on the Owwll app. Get a notification when he makes himself available, which he's going to do right now. Go ahead, hit it 1 hour. And then, Dennis, if you don't mind, every time you're done with a call, because you're new on the app, go offline and online. So it sends notifications out to your user base. And the show is all yours, guys. Go ahead and call on in. And then, Dennis, when someone calls, just grab it and say hello to that person giving
All
you a
right.
ring.
Awesome. Well, first I wanted to kind of introduce my co-host. Let's left from left to right so people can get familiar with our special guests.
So we introduce ourselves? Is
Yes.
that okay?
Yeah, everybody
Because you
can
said you're going to
introduce-
introduce us. I was like, oh, yeah, good. Okay.
Yeah, make yourself introduction.
Thank you. I'm Orlia Moore, and I am a Owwll ambassador, and I've been on the Owwll since October. So I have made great connections, and as a business coach for public speakers and entrepreneurs, I guarantee they'll make $150K their first year in public speaking, or I work with them until they do. So my condolences in advance.
Wow, nice. Awesome.
My name is Olivia Gaudre. I am here from Fuel Venture Capital. We are a local venture capital firm based out of Miami, Florida. We have about 500 million assets under management and about 33 companies across 4 different funds. And I actually first met Jason on his other podcast, the Shrimp Society. And Shrimp Tank. That's it, Shrimp Tank. That was about 2.5 years ago. And so that was when I was first introduced to the Owwll platform back in its very early beta stages. And so really excited to be here today, back on the platform, getting to see all of its growth that it's experienced over the past 18, 24 months. So happy to be here.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. And Temple?
Yep, my name is Temple Ransdell. I'm Olivia and I are work colleagues. I also work for Fuel Venture Capital. She did a really good job explaining fuel, so I'll leave it at that. I'm an analyst at Fuel Venture Capital. Got here about 10 months ago. Before working in VC, I was working in the front office of an NHL organization and then came to venture capital after that. And I've loved every minute, and I get to do cool things like this and be in a podcast with you guys today. So again, I'm very happy to be here today.
Awesome. Thanks. Thanks, guys. And my name is Dennis Snellikov. I'm from Media Components. I run a full service digital marketing and super excited to be here, host the show. And let's call our first person.
Call Steve. Right there, Steve Edwards.
Steve. Oh, yeah. Let's call Steve. Okay.
That mic, okay? Yeah, this is first time user.
All right.
He's bad at picking up that.
Insufficient credits.
Oh no.
Give us some more money.
Just wait there. Okay, get off that screen. I'll give you more money.
Okay.
Just hang tight.
Make it rain.
Tech
Make it rain.
difficulties here.
Yep.
Steve, call us. Just hang tight.
Okay. Awkward.
Is everyone based out of Boca? Are you Boca
I'm
Raton, or
from
are you
Palm Bay, Florida.
Oh, Palm Bay.
So I
Okay.
drove here.
Okay.
How
It's
far
about-
away is Palm Bay?
About an hour and 45 minutes from
Ooh,
here.
that's a little.
It's okay. It's a little bit so like Miami. Because
That's
if you go all
true.
the way into Miami, it's about an hour from here too.
That's true. That's true.
So Palm Bay's north.
It's north, yes. It's about 20 minutes south of Melbourne.
Okay, sure.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you got money.
Okay, let's
All right, Dennis. Let's make
got
it
money now.
rain.
Let's
Let's
find
make
him.
it
Let's find
rain.
him
Let's
again.
make it rain.
Where did he go?
View more under active owls.
Okay.
What are the people?
Let's
And go ahead
see.
and find Steve. Where did he go?
I love this app.
It is awesome.
So much
Well,
fun.
we can call Diane. Oh no, she just.
Go. Keep going down.
You got him.
There you go. Diana is on.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Further. One more row.
Almost
There he is.
there.
All right, Steve, we're calling you.
There we
Okay,
go.
Steve, let's do it.
Steve's my buddy, so we have to.
Yay.
This
Steve
is a real
Edwards.
test. Whether he picks
Yeah.
up.
That's right. Better pick up now.
What's the problem? She knows.
Steve, we're calling you up. Let's go.
Pick up. Pick up.
Pick up.
If anybody's watching, you feel free to give us a call. Ask any questions you want to ask us. We have like very sophisticated experts here, so give us a call.
All right. So, Olivia,
Yes.
what would you say is your biggest hurdle in your business right now? Like, what would you, if you had to ask for a wish and I had a wand, what would that be?
So I think so. If you asked us this question 18, 24 months ago, my answer would have been different than it is now. But where we are right now in our fund's life cycle is that we are about 5-6 years into our first flagship fund. And so at that point, we start thinking about exit curation. And obviously that's been a hot topic because the public markets have been affected so dramatically over the past
Okay.
18 months.
Sorry, guys, to interrupt. We have a
Steve?
call. We have somebody
Oh,
calling
we'll
in.
come back to
Let's
it.
do it. Yeah, we'll come back to that. Of course. Totally.
Hello, Tony.
It's going to take a second. Okay. There you go.
Hello, Tony. Welcome to the show. Barely. Can you speak up a little?
It's not Bluetooth. Hold on. Tell me.
Hold on 1 second. We're gonna patch you into the studio. Give me a second. Little technical difficulty.
Steve wasn't connecting yet.
It's Tech Tuesday. It's okay. These things happen.
Yeah.
We're good.
You still on there?
Yeah, I think what happened is.
Oh,
just
we're
wait a
looking at
second.
the race in the back of us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Wait a second. I'll probably come back in.
Give us a call back.
Calling Steve and-
Sorry to interrupt you guys.
Not at
No,
all. Not at
yeah.
all. The goal was to fill in a little bit of a blank space and it feels awkward when it's silence, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree.
Especially
I
the
totally
TV is going on behind.
Going off of this,
It's
our
too
office
much
has
fun.
a ton of tech issues too, and then we just have to deal with it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
there you
always
go.
for us. It's always like 20 minutes before our investor
Oh,
calls.
it's
Something
Yeah.
conks out. Internet's lost. 20 minutes before. It's
Right.
just
yeah.
It's always in the moment.
It all
It
gets
is what
worked
it
out, but it's pretty stressful in the
Yeah.
moment when it happens.
And we have to be, accepting of all that because it is tech.
Yeah.
Of
It's
course.
not. It's nobody's fault. It's
Try
just,
Steve again.
yeah. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it's not always going to be your friend.
Exactly. It's like when people don't answer. Sometimes they're not next to their phone.
Yeah.
So people just need to be patient with that.
Mhm.
Just
Well, I think
realize
that's the thing these days is that you expect people to be on all the time because you have
Right.
access to a phone.
All right. All right. Steve, are you there?
I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey,
all
welcome to the
right.
show, brother. How you doing?
Good. Good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Fabulous.
Great. So, we're hosting our Tech Tuesdays, and we decided to give you a call just to chat about technology. Can you tell us a little bit what you're working on right now, as far as anything technologically oriented?
Yeah. Am I live on LinkedIn right now?
You're live.
You are.
You're live on the
You're
show. You're
live.
getting streamed to YouTube, LinkedIn, other social media platforms. You're live.
So excited. I was
earlier before I left to go to the gym. So you guys got me right in the middle of a workout. So
Nice.
quick little plug.
Well,
Can you go off the Bluetooth and maybe put us on the speaker, or yeah, because we're getting a little, we can't hear you well. Yeah.
there you go. See, this is technology.
Yes.
This is
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
exactly what we need to be.
It's a live show, so we're
It's a
still.
live show on top of it. So that's why it's even cooler because
Yeah.
it's good that everything goes wrong. It would be
Right.
cool, actually. Because then you can tell, all right, we got to be forgiving.
All right.
Are
Can
you
you guys
there?
hear me?
Yeah,
better
much
now?
much
Oh,
much
much
better,
better.
Steven.
Much
So
better.
you,
Okay, let me walk out of the gym real quick.
Okay.
Good thing, right?
I know,
Yeah.
right? That's what I did that this morning.
he's
I
working out, answering
They
technology.
called me this morning. I was driving.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they called me from
Oh,
here.
no way.
Okay.
I don't know.
So
I was like-
multitasking.
I think it was Nikki, and she called me, and it was Jason first. So he's like, "Oh well, we knew we can reach you." So
Yeah.
I'm like, "Okay,
You
but
were
I'm
driving
driving
here.
I'm driving
Yeah.
here, so
Yeah.
yeah, I'll see you guys in a few."
Steven,
Oh,
you with
good.
us?
I am. I'm back. You guys can hear me better now.
Yeah, you're coming in and out, but it's okay.
It's
Just
better than before.
don't walk. Just stand in
Because
one
I'm
place.
in the middle of the woods
There you go.
in Missouri.
Yeah.
Oh.
Missouri. All right.
Missouri. Wow. Yeah.
Well, welcome to the
The
show.
good thing about running your own company is you can just take 6 weeks off, go on vacation, travel with the family,
Yeah.
and still get your workouts in.
Absolutely.
That's an amazing thing.
That's great.
Steve, tell us a little bit about your business. You said you have your own business that you're running.
So it is my company. Well, technically it's not my company anymore since we just got acquired last
Amazing.
year. But
Congratulations.
Thank you. Premier Virtual is a software solution for companies to host their own virtual job fairs and hiring events.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh, that's very
Yeah,
cool.
we launched the company in 2019. We got acquired last year by a company called Talent Inc., who is building their platform is career.io, which is an AI-based platform for interview preparation, career insights, career pathing, that real job seeker companion, not just looking for a job, but all the way through. If somebody wants, advancement in their careers, they can go through this, know what kind of schooling, what kind of courses they need, what kind of, from one job title to a job title 5 years down the road, what they need to do. And it's all built on top of ChatGPT.
And are you staying on in the company for?
I am. Yep. I'm staying on as the president of the company and
Oh, wow.
launching their B2B division.
And what's the go-to-market strategy that you guys had? Did you guys partner with colleges pre-acquisition? I would guess. Did
So
you
are you talking about Premier Virtual?
Premier Virtual? Yes.
So I did opposite of what most people say that an entrepreneur should do. I didn't listen to the people around me. I was in the industry of job fairs.
Yep.
And people stopped coming to in-person events. And we live in a world where I guarantee every one of you within 2 seconds can grab your cell phones and be online. And I saw that trend in the market with the technology, especially with all the younger generations. And I said, the job fairs going in person, people stopped coming. I found out about virtual job fairs, saw a demo of one of my now competitors, said this is the future, went with it, put together a business plan, said I'm going out. I had mentors. I talked to multiple mentor groups. They all said the market was too small. It was a horrible idea to go with. And I said, I don't believe in you. I believe in me, and I'm going to make this happen.
That's awesome.
And I went out, and I just, I went to my current clients, went to other organizations to go on. We landed a huge client. This was all pre-COVID, and we were launching the virtual job fairs. Once COVID happened, everybody realized, oh wow, virtual makes more sense than in person. You can reach a wider group of people. Then we went to every workforce development board in the country. We went to veterans organizations. We went to colleges. And then we became one of the top rated virtual platforms in the country.
Awesome.
Wow. Congratulations. Do you find that there's the same level of interactivity virtually that you get, in person in job fairs? How
So
do
it
you
really depends.
retain that?
Yes and no. So I think there's a place for in-person job fairs, and I think there's a place for virtual job fairs. And I'm going to use this. I love examples, and I'm going to use this example, and it just happened yesterday. I'm up here in Missouri. My family's out on the lake all day, and I'm working. So I'm working at a local workforce development board, and I went in there, and they gave me the office for the week. As I'm
That's
sitting in
awesome.
there, this lady came in and said, I'm looking for a job. She's with her husband, and they're looking for a job. So they're not really, I'm guessing, computer savvy. And next thing I know, the lady takes off her shoes, puts her foot on the guy, and the guy starts rubbing her foot as they're showing her jobs.
That's awesome.
And first of all, I looked at it and said, wow, man, I would never, in my mind, I would never take my shoes off in a place where I'm looking for
On
a
the job
job.
interview.
Right?
Yeah,
But then have
exactly.
your
Right.
husband
Yeah.
to go in and start rubbing your feet in front of other people. Right? But I told one of my teammates this. I said, man, you got to see what I'm going through right now. He goes, Steve, you got to think. A lot of times that's the end user in workforce development. So now that person is not a good fit for virtual. There's a lot of people that aren't, right? And I say this a lot, and sometimes it comes off bad, is there's people out there that are meant to be leaders. There's people out there that are not meant to be leaders. There are people that are meant to be executives, and there are people that are meant to work at McDonald's, right? That they never want to get farther in life.
Yep.
And unfortunately, there's just some people that choose to take off their shoes in a work environment.
I mean, thank God for all those people that actually want to do the job at McDonald's, because then who would serve the customers? I
100%.
so we're good with all of that. But
Right, you know? But there's people with all jobs, right? Just like there's sales
Absolutely.
people and there's IT guys, IT people.
So
You know, so there's people of all different ranges. So
how does one know to go to you or to your company and actually when they're looking for a job? Because I think that's um, a big problem in our society right now. There's a lot of layoffs. There's a lot of people that are looking for a job. What would you
yeah,
say
so
to
that's
somebody
the one
that's looking?
misconception about us though is I'm not a recruiting firm. You're not coming to me looking for a job. We license our software to colleges, to organizations, to veterans
Okay.
organizations.
That's
They
right.
are the ones that are hosting the job. Right?
Thank you
So
for
in this
clarifying, because that's a good
Yeah, so in
clarifying
this
point.
this industry, you have host of the event, which is let's say FAU. They host
Right.
the job fair,
Yes.
where we're just the software behind it.
Got you. That's awesome. Okay, well, you know what? There's a place for everything in this tech world.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Stephen, thanks so much for calling in. I know our time is running low, but any final thoughts you want to give us about your business? Again, congratulations on the acquisition. Before we jump off, anything else you want to say?
No, if people are out there, they're looking to, host an event that's out there. Look at all the platforms. I don't care if it's a trade show, a job fair, or anything. I tell everybody, right? Find the best platform for you. I'm not the best platform for everybody, right? There's certain places with trade shows. I'm not the best platform. Is shop that it's out there and make sure you download and you use Owwll. Phenomenal app that's out there.
Yes, thank you, Steve.
So, if somebody wants to get more information about your company, what's the URL? What's the website?
They can go to premiervirtual.com or career.io.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Thanks so
Amazing.
much, Stephen.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Steve.
Stephen.
Thank you,
All right,
Steve.
thanks everybody. Have a great day.
Take
You
care.
too.
Yeah, that was great. If they had a virtual one of those events that he was talking about in Colorado.
fairs?
Yeah,
Okay.
job fairs at like the University of Denver. It would have been funny to see if I was probably on one of those. Yeah.
Oh, really?
During
Oh,
the
wow.
COVID
That's
Well,
time.
when you think about all of the students that had to go through, COVID during their junior, senior year of college,
Yes.
right?
Wow.
Those are the prime years for attending those in-person job fairs. And so when campuses were shut down and you had no other option, this would have been a great solution for those colleges and for those students. Did you participate in any of those online virtual ones?
Yeah, I
Job
did. I
fairs?
did quite a bit. Actually, it was somewhat, in my opinion, of the whole virtual space. After COVID, it was actually somewhat difficult, and it was structured kind of weird. You'd be in a waiting room, and then you'd introduce yourself. And you'd be with a bunch of different students. Whereas if you were at a physical job fair, you could go introduce yourself, shake the hand, and make that first impression that way. So in a virtual aspect, it was very hard to make that first impression. So for me,
Yeah,
probably
I can see
wasn't the
that.
best, just because I like to be face to
Interact,
face.
absolutely.
But it was still good.
I
Yeah.
agree with that for
Awesome.
sure.
So yeah, I think the next person we'll call is Diana.
She's awesome.
Yeah, let's see if she's available, and maybe we can chat a little bit about marketing because that's what I know she
Yes,
does
she
as well.
does that too.
Go to her Instagram account and show her feed too.
Oh, okay.
After she picks up.
Okay. Diana, we're calling you.
My new best friend. We met at.
It
Oh.
happened again.
Should we hit Tony or
I'm gonna
wait?
try it, but because it's
No.
it's gonna you could try it. It's gonna. Oh. I think we're gonna have a bug. Okay, go for it.
Accept it. Let's see.
It's this never happens. It's because we're doing the Wi-Fi and we're sucking too much out of it.
Okay,
So Tony,
it
it's
like
gonna screw up
bypasses
again.
it.
I think it's gonna screw up again.
Mr. Energy.
We'll see.
We'll see.
I feel so bad because it's like the same guy twice.
Yeah, well,
wants
at
to
least
get on
we're
the
showing
show.
him that we're calling.
We're good trying.
Tony, we're here with you.
I want to hear how he got that nickname.
Yeah.
Mr. Energy.
Mr. Ener- yeah, that's a good question, right? Yeah. Well, you'll ask him that.
Wi-Fi is horrible in here, so
Yeah.
because we're sucking too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't go through. So
Okay.
okay, and Diana's unavailable. Okay.
Just close out the app and start over.
It's funny because if I wasn't here, he would probably tell you to call me.
Then reopen.
Yeah.
You're right there. That's good. That's good. Reopen it.
It's all good.
I'm just gonna tell Tony call again.
So Temple,
Yeah,
tell
tell
us
him to
more
call
about
again.
what you do and and what's the funnest part of your job?
Yeah. So I'm an analyst at Fuel Venture Capital. So my job is to really look at the quality of human capital and the founders for early stage startups. Maggie, our chief investment officer, looks at the numbers. I admittedly am not the biggest numbers guy, so I like to read people and individuals and kind of analyze a company on the founder aspect. And that's a lot of fun for me, and perhaps the most enjoyable part of my day, especially when I'm looking at new companies, is there's so many brilliant people out there. So just talking to them, whether it be a 30-minute call or a 15-minute call in the early stages of our process, but it's so fun to just pick the brains of these founders, see where they came from, their story, and why they wanted to create this company.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it's fun to see someone's passions come to life, really. So it's really encouraging for me as well as a business professional.
Sure.
Yeah, it's really encouraging, and
Gives hope.
motivating. Yeah, exactly.
Are you able to give us a little like insight into what type of companies? I know they're all like technology based, but were there any like unicorn companies?
Yeah.
Grab it.
What
Tony's
do-
going through.
What do we
Okay,
got?
let's try it.
Oh, take it.
We can take that
See what
question after.
happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll come back to you, Temple. Don't worry about
yeah.
it. We want to know. Inquiring minds
I
want
want some
to know.
unicorns.
Yeah, there we go.
Mr. Tony,
Mr.
Yes,
Energy.
hello.
welcome to the show.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got
Yes.
finally
Sir.
connected.
Okay.
How are you?
I only spent like a million credits to get through.
Oh, you finally made it. The persistence.
Hopefully this is worth it.
So welcome to the show. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I was trying to call earlier. I've been part of South Florida Tech Hub for about 3 years, right after the pandemic. And anything that Nikki does, I try to support. So I was on LinkedIn and you guys popped up on the live stream. So I said, let me call in and support the show.
Awesome.
Amazing.
How long you been involved with the Tech Hub?
3 years now. I was working with PGA of America out in West Palm Beach. This is before they made the change to the name for South Florida. And then the pandemic. And then after the pandemic, officially, I think it was 21 when I became a member and started participating.
Temple, you had a question for Steve. So what's
Yeah.
the energy part?
Yeah. So first, Tony, I was just at so you said SoFlo or no. Yeah, South Florida Tech Hub. I was just speaking at your SoFlo DevCon not too long ago. First of all, great event. And then second of all, how did you get your nickname, Mr. Energy? I think we're all pretty curious at the table here.
So that is not a made up name. Like I didn't give it myself.
Yeah.
I didn't give myself the energy name, even though most people who know me, they're like, yeah, that's a good name.
Okay.
So I got it through clients. So what I do is I'm the founder and CEO of Angelus Advisors. And what we do is we do boutique consulting for companies that are deciding between ERP and HRIS systems, HR, payroll, financial systems. And at the core, I'm a PM, and mostly on the tech side. Throughout my 30 plus years. And more and more during the engagements, everybody was like, look, Tony, I enjoyed working with you. You definitely brought the energy. You definitely, made us get going right throughout this process. Sometimes I didn't want to get on the call, didn't want to get to do that task, but your energy brought it. So I heard the name more and more, and then it just kind of stuck on a couple of meetings. And I said, well, I might as well just put it on LinkedIn because some people, it's easier to put on LinkedIn and Google Mr. Energy as opposed to my full name. So
Became your differentiating factor.
yes, yes,
That's
yes.
awesome.
So I have a 3-year-old and a 7-year-old, soon to be 4 and 8, and they definitely eclipse my energy.
Yes, I was gonna
So,
say.
so my wife kind of looks at me and says, "Yeah, I don't really like that name," because she looks at the kids and they're bouncing off the wall. So
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
That's good.
It's all relative, right?
And just tell your
it is.
wife
It is.
that too shall pass.
Yeah.
That's what we hope. That's what we hope. The baby was up at 3 a.m. So we hope.
And Tony, you said that so given your background and given that you've been in this ecosystem for the past 3 years, what do you think about this local, South Florida tech startup ecosystem? Do you see a lot of promising companies that you interact with, engage with, professionally, but also, from the tech Miami ecosystem? Do you see a lot of potential there?
So overall, my personal opinion is yes, definitely huge. And this is all of South Florida. So
Mhm.
I live in Miami, but Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Broward, the West Coast, South Florida is definitely a hub for technology, for companies, for growth, for startups. So the quick answer is absolutely yes. Me personally, the company does work nationwide, even globally at times.
Mhm.
So we're not just dedicated to the local market, but I love being a part of the South Florida Tech Hub. I'd love to participate more. I can't drive up to the happy hour because I live in Kendall, but
Ah,
and I have the 2 kids. But I used to live in Boca, by the way. But this is great growth. Support the organization, support Nikki
mhm.
and the entire team, just doing outstanding things. So I think much more is to come and to grow. So yeah, definitely positive and growth all around.
Awesome.
That's great.
Well, thanks for bringing the energy to our show today. I
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah,
the call, and
no problem.
hopefully we'll see you around at some of the events. We have Palm Gala Awards coming up and Tech Palooza. Are you planning to attend those?
Yeah, and me personally, because of where I live and the 2 small kids, some of those
Mhm.
events are tough for me to attend. However, I support them 110%, and as much as I can to get out there, I will. But yeah, those are great events. I'm glad they take place. I'm glad we all come together. I think some of the discussion earlier was about the pandemic and coming together and what
Mhm.
applications and organizations support that. I think now more than ever, people should come more together as opposed to just do everything virtually. Me personally, I work a lot remote, but I thrive and I love interacting face to face and in a setting that I can interact with people and really get to know them and network. So yeah, kudos to
Okay.
the entire organization.
Thank you.
That's wonderful.
So do you
I,
guys
I,
think? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so I did have a question as far as what to talk about. So one thing I struggle with, and since this is a Tech Tuesday, is that, and I heard some of the discussion earlier, is that depending on who you are, could be someone who's not tech savvy at all the way to someone who works in AI and apps and APIs and et cetera. Everybody, across the board, they're like, oh, that's technical. And I don't understand that term nowadays because all of you on the panel, everybody who's listening, everybody has a phone. Not everybody knows how the phone works. The
Mhm.
phone is very technical in nature, but everybody uses the phone in different ways, different apps and things like that. So to me, nothing's technical anymore. Like everybody's technical. My son, I can give him my phone, he figures it out. Does that mean he's technical now, or does that mean he's technical based on what he's doing on my phone? So I don't know. I just struggle with the term, so I want to throw out there to the panel what you felt about that because nowadays I think everybody just needs to dive in and learn whatever they're looking for, as opposed to say, no, sorry, that's too technical. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, great question.
Yeah.
Great question, Tony. I think if you have an iPhone nowadays, you can download ChatGPT app or even open up a browser. And if you're going to learn one thing is how to prompt ChatGPT, that's the most technical I think you can start with on the basic level. But if you're looking for an answer to a technical question, just ask the AI. and you will get the answer.
Yeah, I'd say to people that I am technologically challenged. I used to say stupid, but challenged, I think, is a better word. And what I want to say by that is that, some of us just don't have the patience to learn any of this. It's a lot of work to learn, and if you're not fast at it. I'm 57 years old, so I started late in that technology part, and for some younger generation, that's what they grew up on. So
Right.
they are more technologically savvy, where I am more technologically challenged. So to your point, Mr. Energy, it's not only about the technicality of it, it's also about the learning curve. I believe that would be the challenging times for some people.
No, I definitely agree. I've had this conversation even in my immediate family many times. At Field Venture Capital, we have this conversation, and
Mhm.
there's certain of us that the younger generation that are digital natives, right?
Mhm.
So we were born around the time that iPhone, flip phones, razor phones were coming out, and so we were quicker on the uptake of using those technologies, and so that extends into any other modern day technology because it's all rooted from the Internet of Things, right?
Mhm.
And so I think that certainly plays an important role in distinguishing what is considered technical to some may just be considered um, just normal everyday
Right,
life to
exactly.
others. So I
Yeah.
think it's definitely a function of generations, and even the youngest generations, they pick up on technology
Yeah.
faster
Super
than I do, right? There's certain things that when they're showing me how to use things, I feel like the old person in the room now. So I think the term technical is definitely
It's broad.
it's
You have
broad.
to have like
Very
willingness
broad.
to learn, or if
Yes.
you don't, you're going to be left behind.
Oh, you're going to be a
Yes.
dinosaur. That's for sure. That's what made me learn.
So we're learn every day.
And my 4-year-old nephew, he's like, I can get into your phone. I'm like, you can get into my phone?
Yeah.
How? He's like, just give it to me. And I
Watch
gave
me.
it to him. I'm like, in 3 seconds, he got into my phone, and I'm like, how did you do that?
Right.
He's like, I watched you. It's like,
Awesome.
oh, smart little
You
kid.
want to add anything to that, or?
Simple. Go
Yeah,
for
I
it.
mean, Olivia knows best. I'm 25 years old, and in terms of 25-year-olds, I am definitely not very tech savvy. Although I am, learning every single day. A lot of it, goes into just being patient and your willingness to learn it.
Sure.
And so, I mean, that's something that I'm trying to take every single day. And Olivia, I know, shows me a bunch of tech tips almost every day. So when there is technical problems in the office, that it's not just her, trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
It's a collective group.
Tony's call just got cut off, which is normal. We have to watch
Yeah,
the
we ran out
time.
of time.
Oh.
But Tony, if you can hear us on the live stream, just know that we hope that we answered your question, and that we will give you a nice review. So have an amazing and blessed day. Thank you for being on the show.
Yes, thank you for dialing in.
Mhm.
Yeah, so we were talking about unicorns in your company. Are you able to share some examples of recent
Yeah.
companies that really scaled up? And
Olivia, how much am I able to share? I'm just
keep it confidential, but
You know the
just-
ones he can share.
No name call. No names if you don't need to give that, if that's a intellectual property. You do
No,
wanna
this
know.
is a good field to promote.
Oh, okay, then go for it.
Yeah. We have two companies in particular that are. Was this us, or is this call from us?
No, it's
that's
Okay.
Jason.
our
Okay.
friend over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have two companies in particular that are certainly growing to be to that unicorn status. Better and Cookunity.
Mhm.
Better is a Miami-based sports betting and media platform,
Oh.
founded by Joey Levy, and their co-founder is Jake Paul, the boxer. Fantastic company. They're sports betting. They started sports betting first and kind of went to the media side of things. And their
Nice.
media side of things is just it's incredible how much that they've grown in such a
Short-
short amount of time, especially when you're looking at all of their competitors. I think they have almost 1 million collective followers on TikTok, which is if you look at their competitors like Bleacher Report, ESPN Bet, those guys have stayed at like a 500,000 follower level for years. And then you
Wow.
have Better that's come into the play. It's only been around for not very long, and they're just bypassing those numbers on
That's
a daily basis.
beautiful.
It's absolutely amazing. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's one of those companies that you see the growth and you're like, how is this possible? Right. And before they launched, we had those, or better had a lot of those questions from investors. Are you actually going to reach these, revenue expectations?
Right.
And they blew through them. And in fact, they kept having
Amazing.
to revise their forecasts because they were exceeding them. Right. And so
Amazing.
it's rare that you find a company like that that's able to grow so quickly. But, the nature of the business and being an app and having that, built-in go-to-market strategy through Jake Paul and, leveraging Joey's background in Simple Bet and in building the technology itself and making sure it is the best app, easiest, simplest user interface, all contributed to their quick growth.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to be said about, I'm sorry, there's a lot to be said about a celebrity backing up a business.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
They have the following. They have like the credibility. So we have a call coming in. Let's see who's calling us. Okay.
Oh,
Connie.
Connie. Connie.
Hi, Connie.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Connie.
Great
Welcome to the show. Thanks for calling in.
Okay. I guess
Thank you.
he's
I'm
listening
just
to the
showing
LinkedIn.
I had
Are you
double
listening to the LinkedIn part?
and have double talk here.
Because we're hearing
I
it
have a
twice.
question.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question.
I have a nonprofit, and it's I'm brand new.
Tell her it's on her side. Tell her to cut her LinkedIn.
Can you just close your LinkedIn feed
for
or
now.
whatever live feed you were watching?
Okay, yes, I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the feedback.
Yeah. She's calling from Las Vegas. Okay.
Sorry about that, guys.
It's okay, Connie. Go for it.
Okay, let me just put this on mute. Here we go. Okay. Okay, I have a brand new nonprofit, and I want to be able to. I'm getting the new website and everything done, but with limited resources. And to get the word out about the nonprofit on our Kids for Kids initiative, what would you recommend as the best avenues? I mean, I know a website is important, but it seems like to me that social media plays a much bigger role. And what are some other avenues I might be able to take that would be inexpensive for us to get off the ground?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm sure you guys can answer with your opinion, but you mentioned social media. That's really the cost effective and, organic content is the way to go right now. I mean, you need to look into, posting videos every day on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram. And if your nonprofit kind of fits in with the TikTok demographics, I think that's the best way to go viral and get as many views as possible. And then once you start getting, a larger budget or any funding for your nonprofit, then you can start setting up like strategic targeted social media ads to target, audience for your nonprofit. But that's what I would start with is the social media strategy.
And doing some live videos, like going live on these platforms. Does
Right.
that help the algorithm?
It definitely does. Every time you go live, it notifies all the followers and people see you.
Oh, that's a good point
tip.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what about TikTok?
I love TikTok.
My first initiative is called Kids for Kids. It's a safety go kit that goes in the bottom of their everyday backpack, so it goes wherever they go.
So who's your
It goes in the hands
ideal
of kids?
Who's your ideal audience? Is it kids or parents?
For
of
the
kids?
kids, we're going to be having a campaign where they become kids spokespersons, and then we're using the kids kind of as a carrot to educate the adults, the parents in their lives. The kid is a safety kit, so it protects the kids and it gives the parents peace of mind that they have a little bit of protection. And I know that to attract young people, especially for the Kids for Kids spokesperson campaign, I need to be where the kids are, which I'm sure is TikTok. But I also want to make sure that I am talking to the adults because that's ultimately where we want to go.
Right.
Yeah, TikTok definitely is the growing platform for young audience, kids,
As well as the school
teenagers.
boards.
But if you look at tools like StreamYard. That's what we're kind of using now to stream to a lot of different platforms at the same time. It's called StreamYard. So you can do a live, and then you can tie in your Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. I'm not sure if they have TikTok connection, but this way it broadcasts your message to all the channels. So you're
Oh, wow.
targeting kids, adults, all age groups.
Yeah, that Connie, I have another piece of advice for you. That's kind of that's the new school way. There's a slight old school way to do this too. And you're in Las Vegas, Nevada. That's, some people say, the convention capital of the world, right there. I don't know. Maybe there's some conventions or events in Las Vegas or really anywhere across the United States with like-minded individuals like yourself, where you can just simply go and network with people, and you never know what doors can open from those networking events and from those conventions. So
Agreed.
that would definitely be something to
That's
look at as
actually a
well.
brilliant idea. Thank
It
you.
is a great idea. Absolutely.
Thinking outside the box.
Especially that you're in that mecca of these type of events.
Yeah.
Would definitely help a lot.
I'm sure they
Yes.
have a lot geared towards the nonprofit sector.
Oh,
so
sure.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
yeah, there's certainly avenues for you
But
there.
I think also
Awesome.
one thing to consider is the consistency and staying patient on social media. It's about putting out content once, twice a day, but you have to kind of slowly grow the audience and the following. So even if you don't get a lot of views or likes, just keep doing it every day. Eventually, it's going to grow. Just be patient about it.
And I love the fact that you
Thank you.
said StreamYard. So, Connie, I'm new to StreamYard. I'm just going to tell you that. But it's funny that Dennis said StreamYard because here's another technologically challenging thing that we have is, okay, so how do I use StreamYard? I know how to record. That's about it. Okay, now how do you send it out into the world? And so here's what I discovered is YouTube University. There's so many now.
Term, yeah.
I love, I call it YouTube University because I'm a big
I'm sorry,
graduate
I didn't understand what university?
YouTube, just to get on
Oh, the
YouTube
YouTube
and
uni-
ask
okay.
YouTube what you want to learn, just like how to use StreamYard, how to get your content out there. And for me, I call it YouTube University because I tell people that I have a PhD now in YouTube.
I call it YouTube University as well because you can learn anything about anything, and
About
it's free
anything,
knowledge.
and it's free knowledge, exactly. And that's why you want to learn as much as you can. But and also, since Dennis is a digital marketer, I invite you to call him offline as well and pick his brain a little bit on the Owwll app. We just love the Owwll app for that.
I was gonna mention Owwll is a great resource because there's a lot of experts aside from me. There's tons of other digital marketers. You can just call and ask for advice.
See how humble he is? I just gave him a plug, and he's like, yeah, there's other
Sourcing it out,
experts.
yeah.
That's me.
Well, I do use Owl a lot, and I have a
Yes.
lot of the Owl participants in my board. on my
Awesome.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
including Jason and
Great,
Ryan, so,
great. What,
yeah.
so if somebody wants to learn more about your company, what's the website for it? So we can give you a shout out.
It's be prepared, be ready.org.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Be prepared, be ready.org.
.org, and our Kids for Kids initiative is on there. If somebody wants to help protect their kids, it's a perfect place to go.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Connie, for calling in.
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you. You have a great one.
Take
You
care.
too.
That's
That was
great.
funny.
All right, that was
Yeah.
good. That was good.
And talk about technology challenge. That was
Yeah.
funny altogether. I was like, I can't believe he brought that up because that's funny because I was looking at that this morning because Jason said if you have StreamYard, attach the StreamYard to your LinkedIn. So I went on there and I couldn't find how to do it. And I'm like, okay, when I come back, I'll look at YouTube.
I've never heard of that before. I know
me neither.
Instagram now has like a built-in if you want to also post this story on Facebook or on Twitter. So they sort of have taken
Yes.
pieces of that, but it
Yeah,
sounds
they
like StreamYard
synchronize
is
the
more
accounts. Yeah,
comprehensive.
StreamYard is basically that window, and you can stream into a Facebook group, into a Facebook page,
Or
on your
LinkedIn.
personal Facebook, LinkedIn,
Wow. Gotta
YouTube.
check it out.
There's a lot of different channels that you can stream one location into multiple channels.
That's amazing.
that's
Yeah,
sweet.
and people,
Mm,
as you can see, the comments they show from different social media platforms.
Oh, wow.
So,
Okay. Oh, yeah.
okay.
LinkedIn user. I see that. Okay.
Cool.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I went on Zoom. I was able to share Zoom on Facebook, but I didn't know you can do it with StreamYard.
Yes, yes. I mean,
And why is it that people have more affinity with StreamYard than Zoom right now? Like, what would you say?
I think StreamYard is cost effective. I
Ah.
think it's more affordable.
Hmm.
Don't quote me on this, but from my experience, I think Zoom has a higher level of getting into it. And StreamYard is just very simple. It's browse based. You don't need any apps. Zoom is more like enterprise level software, I
I
think.
see.
But StreamYard is just kind of plug and play.
All right.
So yeah,
Cool beans.
let's
Interesting.
see if we
This is
can
fun.
call our next victim here.
Victim, I like that.
Yeah.
Let's see who we got here.
So do you do some public speaking for your work as far as getting people the knowledge, because it's through information, I guess?
Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
sure.
I mean, I think there's always, I think in today's day and age, a part of your job, anyone's job, is sales, right? Whether
Yes.
that is public sales or you're selling one on one to somebody.
Absolutely.
And so, at Fuel, it's really important that we promote our own company, but
Mhm.
also the portfolio companies within,
Oh,
our
yeah,
firm. And
for
so, that's something we take very seriously. We do a lot with social media. We do a lot with PR. And we try to get our name and our company's names out there. So we participate in a lot of the South Florida Tech Hub events as judges, or as participants in different competitions or whatever it may be. So we try to have a presence in a lot of the big South Florida events.
Yeah, it's one to many instead of one to one.
Exactly.
One to one can be exhausting.
Yeah.
That's why I got into
Exactly.
public speaking for sure.
How did you? Can you tell us a little bit about that story? How did you get into public?
Sorry,
speaking?
guys, we're getting a
Oh, we're getting a
we're
call.
we're calling in
Okay.
Wolf. Wolf, are you with us?
I am with you.
Okay,
Yay.
well, thanks for picking up. And I noticed you work for Auto company.
AutoNation.
AutoNation. So,
AutoNation. Yes, sir.
yeah, tell us a little bit about this hack that happened last week. Are we up and running, or the systems are still down?
Oh, wait, say that again.
The SDK, the software that all the
Oh,
auto.
CDK.
Yeah,
CDK.
yeah, I understand that's a software that all the dealership use to run their business. Is it up and running, or it's still under maintenance after the hack?
Yeah, I think they're still working through maintenance for it, but like everybody, we have backup plans and disaster recovery and business continuity plans that have been defined forever. So it allows us to effectively, keep running our business and doing the things that we need to do. So it wasn't anything specific to us. It was another dealership, but it definitely we're business as usual. So
Yeah, I just
that's
seen
the
it on
great
the
part.
news, so I was wondering if it affected you. But tell us a little bit about yourself and your business, and what kind of specialty are you in?
Yeah. So for me, it's obviously I work at AutoNation. I'm a senior director in their finance operations, and my background has been I was a CPA and worked for the big four firms, and it's allowed me to kind of get a really diverse experience across some of the best companies in the world. So having opportunities to see how different institutions run their organizations, providing them consulting advice and allowing them to have the success that they rightly deserve. So it's been a great journey for me. I've also been a COO for a bank and been in financial services for many years. So understand all the interrelationships of how a company should work, controls, risk, compliance. So I have a very kind of diverse background and have run pretty much every aspect of an organization through my time.
Nice, very impressive. So, with such extensive experience in big enterprises, how are you involved with the South Florida Tech Hub?
So my role with South Florida Tech Hub, I'm on their board. I do have a passion for technology. I'm a big adopter of tech. There's all those folks who are fearful of it and resist change. I've always been a change agent. Many of the companies I've worked for over the years have done transformational type projects where they've either changed their whole business model. I would work for Rosetta Stone, so they went from a box CD product to in the cloud.
Right.
I've worked
for large organizations that have changed their whole operational platform. So a bank that I used to work for went from not having a wealth management to having a wealth management program. So we had to implement all that. So it's really provided me with such an amazing diverse experience with everything. So for South Florida Tech Hub, I wanted to take those experiences that I've had and try to leverage that for the community with talent, working with other organizations to give them advice, provide them insights into how to run their businesses and how to be successful.
Awesome.
That's wonderful.
That is
Wow.
awesome.
Thank you. How are things with you guys? What's going on in your world?
All right, Dennis, you go ahead and answer that question. How is your world,
Well,
Dennis?
yeah, I mean, my world is, digital marketing and media production. So,
Mhm.
with things like AI and all the new tools that's coming out, every day is something interesting. That's why I enjoyed being in the technology and the marketing space. So, I try to update all my clients and all of our partners up to date, to stay on top of the trending technologies. And right now, the most important thing and kind of like the fun thing we're working on is a lot of like marketing automation, and we utilize AI technologies to make our processes, our redundant processes, more productive. If it's automating certain processes or lead nurturing, or even creating a virtual AI avatar, which is like a project we're working on for our clients. Basically, we're going to record your voice, your visual representation, and then with the use of AI, we're able to clone a human being.
Mhm.
And all we have to do is create like a text to speech script, and then this virtual AI can show up on your videos, on your reels, on your YouTube. And then with the video editing magic, we're able to create video episodes which look realistic. You won't be able to really kind of tell if it's a real person or AI avatar. So that's been kind of cool and scary at the same time.
Yes.
But
I was gonna
we're
say that sounds terrible.
Very scary. Yes.
yeah. So I
I've
mean,
seen
we
it.
have to keep up with the technologies, because if you don't, clients are asking me, well, can you just clone like I seen this new, like, yes, we can. Just send us your topics. You will write the script with the use of Chat GPT, and then we'll just schedule out this post to give like a company update in your image. So it's
So,
something interesting we're working on.
so let me ask you this then, because that's an interesting point. How has the clientele adopted to that? How are people interacting with it? Are they just oblivious to it, or they kind of realize what's going on and are a little bit more, non-adopting, so to speak, or is it kind of, a push? It's just, equal to equal of what we used to do before to today.
Well, I think it also depends on the age group and like how technically savvy you are. I think people hear about cloning, AI cloning of the voice. There's a lot of scams going around,
Mhm.
but I think from my point of view, from my experience, people are not up to date with this knowledge that somebody, if they called you, you still have to be very kind of protective with your personal information and
And your voice.
yeah,
Right.
your
Because
voice. So I think we're not mainstream yet. I think people still, aside from being an early adopter, I think mainstream audience is not up to date with this technology.
there was a cute video made with Vladimir Putin, and they showed him a video of
Oh, I
himself
saw. Yeah, I
with
heard
his
about that.
voice
Mhm.
saying something.
Yes.
And I didn't understand what he was saying, but he said, although this looks very realistic and very like me and sounds like me,
Yeah.
it can never be me. I wouldn't
Yeah.
even say that.
Yeah,
So it's
in the deep Russian accent.
oh my God. I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So and I'm sure you guys seen it went viral, like Tom Cruise videos, deep
Mhm.
fakes.
Oh, I
Well,
didn't
the,
see
the,
that.
the deep fake is also, but these virtual AI clones, they're not really deep fake because it's your persona. Just
Right.
you're able to kind of clone your voice. But I guess you can take a celebrity
Mm.
video and voice and clone it. But with the tools, with the AI tools, you have to actually do verification. You have to. There's different security steps in order to generate the AI clone.
Let's hope.
So security
Right.
measures have to be up to date.
Right.
But
Right.
Hopefully, I
You know,
answered. We kind of went on a tangent, but
no, it's very interesting because, I asked my kids this question. I said, if I could take a piece of software and track me for, I don't know, let's say a full year, and it records all my interactions, records my voice, records, my inflections, what I do, takes into account everything, and then it could create theoretically a virtual avatar of myself that could live forever.
right.
That you as my kids could sit there and interact with, say, "Hey, Dad, how's it going?" And my avatar would have a conversation with them, with the likeness, everything. I said, "Would you be interested in having that?" What I was surprised by was their reaction was like, "Oh God, no, we wouldn't. I wouldn't want that." Which I found kind of. You would
Wow,
think
that's
you're like,
interesting.
okay, I could live
Yeah.
forever, but
Yeah.
and you would.
Yeah.
I would kill to have a conversation with my grandfather right
Yeah,
now,
but
right?
my
But
avatar will never give you a hug. Let's just put it that way, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's
with
there's new
robotics,
robots
you
coming
never
out.
know.
So.
Absolutely.
Right? So I
Boston
mean,
Dynamics.
Well, before we get cut off, is there anything that you want to leave us with? You have about 40 seconds before it gets cut off.
no. I mean, I think at the end of the day, I think the world here and technology and where it's going is very exciting, and what it can do for businesses and helping people. I think for me that and I'm kind of living it now with my kids is, how does the youth of today better position themselves to have the success in the future, right? What is it that they need to know from a skills perspective? What do they need to be thinking about today and their mindset as they get into their jobs, go to college?
2 seconds.
Because if you take
Sorry, Wolf.
Oh,
We had
we
to
lost
cut.
him.
We got
That's
yeah. Well,
right.
we get cut off, but the app just cuts you off. So that's why you give somebody an option to either continue the conversation and extend,
Right.
or to know that it's going to cut off.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Regardless,
It's not
it
wavering.
always feels abrupt.
It does. It does feel abrupt, but you can always call back.
Yes. Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, guys, it's
That's
been
great.
a true
Yeah.
pleasure to
I
host
know,
this with you. We have
it's
about
flown
4 minutes.
by.
Any last thoughts, Temple? Go ahead and
No, I mean, this has been this is my first podcast ever. Great experience so
to
far.
host or to
Wow.
be on.
Well, both, yeah.
All right,
Yes,
let's
let's
get
go
you on
first.
more.
Yeah,
There
both.
you go.
Yeah,
That's a lot of
been
fun.
been a great process. Am I the only one this is the first time, or I know Olivia,
No,
you've
this
been
may
on
be
more.
like my third
Yeah.
time.
Oh, jeez.
So,
I've been on many.
Yeah, so I'm the
many,
baby in
many.
the group
Yeah.
right now.
so I wanted to ask you,
Yes.
what would you give as far as recommendation? How can somebody get comfortable, public speak on the podcast? Like, how many push-ups you have to do? And
Yeah.
Well, you know what? A lot of people talk about authenticity, but they are not authentic themselves. So be yourself. How would you act when you are with your friends, in your living room, on your sofa? How would you interact? And if you just put that into your mind, then you can just talk about anything you want to talk, you're passionate about, and into any audience, really. People are people. And that's the thing that we're losing a little bit. Everybody wants to be proper and perfect and all that. And I want to lose 50 pounds. I mean, like at the end of the day, we all have those little hiccups that
Right.
we carry with us. And instead, we should just be comfortable in our own skin, saying what we need to say, and not think about it too much. Right? I see
Great
your
advice.
passion in what you're doing. Right, Temple? I feel your passion. So you
Thank
really
you.
don't need to, do anything different. Dennis, same thing. Even though you probably feel like you're stretching your thoughts, you're pretty much very good. We didn't notice it.
Right. Right.
That's what's cool about it.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say to people. Be yourself.
Awesome, great advice. So, if a person or a company wants to start a podcast, but they don't have the resources to make this all work, all this technology, would you recommend for them being a guest on a podcast
As many
a
times
way
as
to start?
possible. Well, first of all, podcasting is not a stage. I mean, a lot of people say, "Oh, if you want to speak, just get on podcast." No, that's not true. But it is a very good marketing tool. Think about how many people these people have as audience, and your subject matter can be interesting or not for them, but who knows who's listening. That's one way. Another thing is podcasting is a great way to practice how you talk about yourself and your product and your service so that people know what you're doing. People don't know what I do. They still call me a speaker coach, and I'm not. I'm a business coach for speakers. I get them paid, making money with their information instead of giving it away for free. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
Podcasting is
Lovely.
awesome. I did like 1 year, I did 300 podcasts.
Wow.
I was
Wow.
exhausted, but it's fun. You know, you meet new people all the
Each
time.
podcast is different. Each audience is
Yes,
different.
absolutely.
So it's always engaging.
And the
Yeah,
hosts are
for
different.
sure.
And I just bring my pep into the
Yes.
mix, and it's just like, yay. Okay.
And Owwll's a great app to do.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I met incredible people on Owwll. I mean, I give it to everyone. I say, go on Owwll. And they say, why? Why would I make $1 for 10 minutes? I'm like, you're missing the point.
Yeah.
You know, I used to have people get on my calendar and not even show up.
Mhm.
So I love the Owwll app. Okay, you want to talk to me? Call me on the app.
Right.
When I'm at $1 or when I'm at $111 for 10 minutes, go ahead. I only put it at 111 when I'm sleeping. So that means if you're going to wake me up for 10 minutes,
Has
you
to make
better
it
pay
worth
the
it.
price.
Yeah. Love that.
Should we take
No
another
problem.
call?
You can make one more, but try to limit to like 5 minutes.
Well, let's just talk. I want
we
to
can
talk
talk.
to
yeah.
Olivia.
Okay,
let's
yeah.
just have
Yeah.
fun. Yeah, let's have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
go ahead, go
Olivia,
ahead.
please tell us what you love most about your job.
Ooh, what I love most. Okay, so when I first joined Fuel Venture Capital, I started out in the investments team. And so investments team is a lot of due diligence, writing reports on the companies that, come before us and that make their way through our due diligence process. So, 30-page investment memos, interacting with the founders in those
exhausted just
early
listening. Yeah.
stages. So it's a lot of research. It's a lot of, interacting with the founders. It's a lot of personal relationships that you're building there, and a lot of analysis. I'm now working on the operations team, and I've been working on the operations team for the past 2 years, which has been very exciting for me because it's been flexing a different muscle. Operations, I think people view operations and they're like, oh, it's just, a personal assistant, which, by the way, love personal assistants. I think they are very underrated.
Yeah, I need a couple. Yeah. I have a
However, operations, what I've learned being in this role is that it's a little bit of compliance, it's investor relations, it's still investments. It's not as much fundraising, but it's every other aspect of the business compiled into one role. And so I find that very exciting because I know that no 2 days is going to be the same for me.
That's awesome.
So that for me makes, going to work a exciting experience because I find that I'm not as what I would like to say is I'm not as excited by the day to day when it becomes very mundane, but in this role, it's very dynamic. I'll just put it at that. So excited to be in the operations role. Fuel is a very fun firm in the sense that we work with very hardworking individuals who are very passionate about what they do. And so that you sort of feel, and you get, when you interact with the different people in Fuel, you sort of bounce ideas off of them. You can feel that energy. So that's also something that I like about Fuel specifically.
Do you guys watch Shark Tank?
Well,
Do you know
Once
about
in a
Shark
while.
Tank? You guys
I've
know what-
watched
Oh,
it
yeah,
in the
yeah, for
past.
sure.
Yes,
good,
yes,
good.
definitely.
In your experience,
Yeah.
is it the same thing? Like they're measuring, the income, they're measuring the lifespan, they're also measuring the founder's ability to be flexible and so on and so forth. Do you guys do the same thing?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to go?
Yeah, sure. I'll go on this one. Well, first of all, Shark Tank's and TV shows, right? So
Yes.
there's
Right, there is the
big
drama of the
big
TV.
drama
I get it. I
aspect.
get it.
It's
I get it.
there is some similarities to it for sure. I feel like every single time I watch Shark Tank, they want to ask about the numbers and all that.
Right.
Now for us, like if I'm like I said, I look at the quality of human capital. So like the founder, their story.
Right.
Now, if our chief investment officer Maggie, she's looking at the numbers, right? So she's more so going to be one of the 4 Shark Tank people, and I'm going to be the one sitting just kind of observing them a little bit. But
Right.
there is definitely similarities. I think on the pressure side, on the individual that's presenting to Shark Tank, or in this case, Fuel Venture Capital.
Sure.
I think they're going to see a lot of similarities. But
Okay, good.
the Shark Tank judges and Fuel Venture Capital, there's some similarities there, but it's not too similar.
Well, the Shark Tank, first of all, like you said, it's a TV show.
Yeah, it's
number one.
dramatized,
So,
yeah,
it's a
of
little
course.
drama and all
Yeah.
that stuff. And these people go through a lot to even get on the show.
Yes.
So when they make it through, it's almost like it's a done deal, and
Yeah.
maybe not, but still. Well, when in venture capital, do you also see startups as being fundraising or nonprofits? Are they considered nonprofit? Because they are nonprofits for profit, and that they're using the for profit to feed the nonprofit. Do you guys see that at all?
We don't see it as much on our side just because it's not something that we typically invest in. So it
Perfect.
doesn't fit within our mandate.
Right.
But there are venture capital firms that do focus on, ESG or the more nonprofit or
What is
for-profit,
ESG?
nonprofit,
Technology.
environmental,
Oh, okay.
social
Gotcha.
governance. So
Okay,
that's,
gotcha.
the whole push for,
Cool.
many companies, especially down in South Florida,
Mhm.
focus on environmental aspect because we're in South Florida.
Yeah.
But yes, so I mean, other firms do. We typically don't invest in those companies.
And do
but-
you do digital marketing for any of your clients, or do you outsource it?
We do outsource it. So we have a very close firm that actually is located in our office
Mhm.
with us and has been for since the inception of Fuel Venture Capital.
Wow.
And their name is the Tag Experience. And so they help us with all of our social media, all of our PR, our marketing. And they also work with several of our portfolio companies as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So is majority of your investors is a private investors or corporations?
Typically private investors. So we have, our investor base is really ultra high net worth individuals, a lot of family offices, and some institutions that serve them. So like registered investment advisors that have a bunch of, investors underneath them, and a few more formal institutions. But typically, if you look at our investor base, it's individual investors.
Got it.
Yeah.
And as far as like the emerging technologies, what do you guys utilize right now in your day to day? What type of trending technology, if anything?
Within our own firm,
Within your
Fuel?
firm, within like doing research or maybe qualifying certain company.
Yeah, so I mean, the
Yeah.
biggest depository of private market data is a platform called PitchBook, which is similar to Bloomberg. It's just for the private markets, and that's not really an emerging technology, but PitchBook has been around for a long time. But it is the biggest source, the biggest platform that we use to gather data on our startups or on other investors, anything in the private markets. But we use Zoom, we use Slack, we use Asana, we use a new tool, Otter AI.
Yeah, Autopilot AI,
Yeah.
something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Zoom
for
meetings?
recording the Zoom
Note-taking.
Yeah, yeah,
meetings.
yeah.
So we're using, we use AI internally to help to create some efficiencies, just like sounds like
Great.
similar to what you're doing.
So I have a question for all of you.
Yeah.
All right. The question is there a question that you would like to be asked that nobody asks you ever? So I'm going to start with Temple. We're going to put you on the spot.
Oh.
You're the young, fast thinking, right?
Yes.
In our group here. A question that nobody ever asked you that you would love for people to ask you.
A question that I would like to be asked that no one asked me is why I chose venture capital. And the reason why I say that is because before this, I briefly worked in the front office of an NHL organization, right? So I helped putting together entry-level contracts, doing, statistical analysis on puck placement, just player statistics. And then I'd help, put together those numbers for the assistant general manager and the general manager to present to the agents, for contract negotiation. I went to school for sports management for 2 years to Texas A&M.
Cool.
It was a great time, and at the time, that's what I thought I was going to do. So the question of why I'm choosing venture capital after being very comfortable in my situation and essentially doing my dream job, a few things. One, Jeff Ransdell is my father, so it gave me an opportunity to work closely with him, right, and kind of carry on that legacy and learn from him, someone that's been in the industry and just an overall leader, just to learn from him. Two, I get to come back to South Florida.
Yay.
And three, like Olivia said, I get to flex my muscles a little bit and see, because I was an analyst in the front office of this NHL organization, just to see exactly what I can do and see if there's some similarities that I can put together. So it was more so just a mental challenge for me to step out of my comfort zone and learn something completely new.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Dennis. No, Dennis. I'm not skipping. I'm not skipping.
Yeah, I'm not
A
sure
question
what-
that you want to
well,
be asked, but nobody asked.
Nobody asked me how I stay so handsome and fabulous. But I guess I have genetics from my family.
Okay, there you go. That's a
I'm
beginning.
45 years old.
Really?
So,
Wow.
yeah,
Okay.
so people ask me like, what's my secret to success and being used? So I always say, the supplements my lovely wife gives me,
Okay.
and my 2 young kids, they keep me young and energized.
Mm,
So that's it's just it's a secret formula.
all right. Is that really what you wanted to
No,
say?
no, I'm
Okay,
just joking.
thank you. I just
I'm not sure. People, I think I would love to be asked, why I chose to move to South Florida from Pennsylvania. That's really
Mhm.
where I spent most of my life and built my business, my friends, my circle of influence. I always had a dream to kind of move down south and enjoy not only the weather, but really, I feel like this is my kind of like second life where I get to kind of interact with new circle of friends, strategic partners, really enjoy the outdoors and enjoy spending time with my family. And now, since I'm at a certain point within my agency where I can leave the work and leave the office for a couple of days and it's going to survive without me,
Right.
that's really kind of like my passion, and it's been my drive to try something new and invest into other areas like real estate, so I'm getting into
Perfect.
a little bit of real estate investing.
Nice.
And really, that's been my motivation, is to learn something new every day
Mhm.
and enjoy the South Florida environment.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
wonderful.
Yeah.
Olivia, we have
Okay,
1 minute to
me.
go, so let's.
Okay, 1 minute. Let's keep
yeah.
this short. Okay, so I think we get asked a lot of questions
Right.
related to VC. This one's more related to, I'm obviously a younger female in VC, very male dominated industry. So I think, I don't get asked many questions about that, which I think is more from a sensitive nature. However, I encourage more questions to be asked because I think it should be spoken about more. And I view this as being a platform to speak about it. And so I think
Absolutely.
the question that I would want to be asked is, if I could look back on myself, maybe in college or in high school, what advice would I give myself? Right.
That's a
Looking back
great
today.
question.
And I think the biggest lesson that I've learned over the past 7 years of being at Fuel Venture Capital and building my career is really take every opportunity that comes your way. I think success is defined not just by how hard you work, but it's also defined by the luck that you have and the
I love it.
opportunities that you accept.
Yep.
I think that a lot of us, we have our own personal insecurities or information insecurities, or are we good enough? Are we smart enough, right? Are we prepared enough
Right.
to take on this challenge or this role?
Mm.
And I think we have to sort of just quell those concerns and say yes more than you say no. So that would be my advice to my my younger self.
I love that
What about
answer.
yourself? What question?
Yeah, we gotta go.
Okay.
No problem. It's
All-
been a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for being part of the show, guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Okay.
we're gonna leave. Okay, good. Great. Okay.
Okay, awesome.
Ladies first.
Thank you. Thank you. Orly, thanks for co-hosting.
My pleasure.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me.
Thanks
It was
for-
awesome.
Right, Dennis. And then there were two.
So yeah, that's just us. Are we gonna? So yeah, let's
Where are you from?
Philadelphia.
Okay.
Philadelphia area, but I was born in the Soviet Union, and it was now it's Ukraine area.
Yeah.
So a lot of my friends and family, they're immigrants from former Soviet Union.
Okay.
That's kind of where I grew up.
Okay, Jeff, put that headset on. Say hello to the audience.
All right.
Okay,
Jason.
Now you two just chat a little bit, and you two are going to come off.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Good luck, guys.
Good afternoon.
Perfect.
Better afternoon. Better afternoon. Hey, Jeff. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic. What about yourself?
So last night the Panthers won.
Who did they play?
They played this Canadian team called the Edmonton Oilers.
Okay, I've heard of them.
Yeah, they played them. And the announcers had to be from Canada or something, because every time something happened, if it had the Oilers, it was like fantastic and representative of what they are. And if it happened to the Panthers, they're like, oh, that was horrible. Like the Panthers, like
You're in, coach. Okay.
So they were biased.
they were absolutely biased. And then they
Man.
always have that funny Canadian accent.
Eh?
Every time they say a boot.
Hey, hey,
Kinda
hey.
struggled. But the Panthers won.
That's good.
And it was an amazing game.
Isn't it more amazing how Florida is becoming like a centerpiece of NHL hockey?
Hockey, yeah. In all sports. I mean, we had the Heat, Dolphins. We got the best soccer player in the world.
That is
playing
true.
in South Florida now.
Oh, Mike, who's speaking?
Sorry.
It's okay. No, I love it.
You guys are live.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Actually, if you don't mind, we're going to restart the show because LinkedIn only does 4
Oh.
hours. So you're streaming live on all platforms. Mine's LinkedIn, but LinkedIn we want to be on. So, cut it. Just hang tight and stream.